Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Creation. In the beginning, there was nothing. Not the comfortable darkness of a moonless night, nor the gentle void of dreamless sleep, but true nothingness, an absence so complete that even the concept of absence had no meaning. Yet from this primordial emptiness, something stirred, not by chance, not by accident, but by the ineffable will of Ao the Overgod, whose very existence transcends mortal understanding and divine comprehension alike. Ao stands beyond the pantheons, beyond the struggles of good and evil, beyond the petty conflicts that would one day consume the attention of lesser beings. The Overgod is not worshipped, for worship implies relationship, and Ao exists in a realm of absolute authority that requires neither praise nor acknowledgement. In the cosmic hierarchy that would eventually emerge, Ao represents the ultimate truth, that all power, no matter how vast, serves a greater design. The first act of creation was not the birth of worlds or stars, but the establishment of divine law itself. Ao spoke into the void, and that voice carried the weight of absolute command. The Overgod did not create through desire or whim, but through necessity. The universe required structure, and structure demanded hierarchy. Thus began the great ordering that would echo through every age to come. From Ao's will emerged the first gods, beings of such primal power that their very thoughts could reshape reality. Yet even these mighty entities found themselves bound by cosmic law, subject to rules that not even they fully understood. Shar, the mistress of the night, embodied the original darkness, not the absence of light, but the fundamental principle of entropy and loss. Opposite her stood Selûne, the Moon Maiden, representing the first glimmer of hope and change in the endless dark. The conflict between these sister goddesses would define the very nature of existence. Shar sought to preserve the perfect stillness of the void, while Selûne yearned to kindle the fires of life and possibility. Their struggle was not mere sibling rivalry, but the cosmic tension between stasis and change, between the safety of nothingness and the terrible beauty of becoming. In their fierce battle, sparks of divine essence scattered across the forming cosmos. Where Shar's tears fell, they became pools of shadow that would one day birth creatures of darkness and despair. Where Selûne's light touched the void, it kindled the first stars, distant suns that would serve as beacons of hope in the endless night. The very violence of their conflict became the engine of creation. Each blow struck in anger, becoming the foundation for future wonders. Yet the gods alone could not complete the work of creation. The raw stuff of reality required shaping, and for this task, permitted the emergence of the primordials, beings of elemental chaos, whose nature was to build and destroy in endless cycles. These entities lacked the focused will of the gods, but possessed an primal creativity that could give form to divine vision. The primordials set to work with joyous abandon, crafting worlds from their own essence, breathing life into dead stone, and filling empty skies with impossible beauty. Mountains rose at their command, oceans filled with their tears of joy, and the first winds carried their laughter across newborn lands. They were artists of reality itself, painting with forces that would one day be called magic. But as the gods watched the primordials shape existence, divine jealousy stirred. These chaotic entities answered to no hierarchy, acknowledged no authority save their own creative impulses. They built wonders without asking permission, destroyed their own works when inspiration struck them differently, and showed no reverence for the ordered cosmos that Ao had decreed. The war that followed shook the very foundations of reality. Gods and primordials clashed with powers that mortal minds cannot fully grasp. Entire worlds were born in moments of divine rage, only to be unmade when that anger turned elsewhere. The conflict raged across dimensions that had no names, through realms of existence that existed only in the space between heartbeats. Mistral, the first goddess of magic, found herself torn between the two sides. The primordial's chaos fed the raw force of magic, while the god's order gave it purpose and direction. She alone among the divine beings understood that both forces were necessary, that magic required both the wild creativity of chaos and the structured wisdom of law. In the end, neither side could claim true victory. The gods succeeded in binding many of the primordials, but at a terrible cost. The very act of imposing divine will upon chaotic creativity wounded the nature of magic itself, creating the first seeds of instability that would plague spellcasters throughout history. The primordials, for their part, accepted their binding with the same casual indifference they showed to all things. For them, imprisonment was simply another experience to be explored. From this cosmic struggle emerged the crystal spheres, vast, invisible barriers that would separate each world system from its neighbors. Eo decreed this separation, not as punishment, but as protection. The forces unleashed in the God War had proven too dangerous to be left uncontained. Each sphere would house its own cycle of creation and destruction, its own struggles between order and chaos, its own unique expression of the cosmic principles. Within one such sphere, a world began to take shape, a realm where the lessons of the God War would be written in stone and flesh, where mortals would one day struggle with the same fundamental tensions that had driven gods to battle. This world would be called by many names, but to those who would walk its surface and sail its seas, it would become known as Toril. The shaping of Toril required more delicate work than the broad strokes of cosmic law, while permitted select gods to descend and participate directly in the world's formation, but with strict limitations. No single deity could dominate the process, and all divine intervention had to serve the greater balance. This restriction would prove prophetic, for it established the pattern of divine limitation that would define godhood in the ages to come. Chauntea took the lead in shaping the land itself, her gentle hands coaxing forth the first continents from the primordial seas. She worked not with the violent creativity of the primordials, but with patient love, understanding that every mountain and valley would one day cradle mortal life. Her touch brought forth not merely landscape, but the promise of fertility and growth. Talos, the destroyer, followed in her wake, not to undo her work but to test it. His storms carved the first rivers, his earthquakes raised the mightiest peaks, and his lightning split the night to reveal the true face of nature's power. Where Chauntea created, Talos refined through destruction, proving that even divine creation required the harsh teacher of adversity. The first oceans filled with the tears of Umberlee, the bitch queen, whose tempestuous nature gave the seas their dual character of life-giver and life-taker. She alone among the gods understood that water could not be purely gentle. It required the capacity for fury to fulfill its role in the cosmic order. Her domain would become both highway and graveyard for the mortals yet to come. As the world took shape, other gods added their own touches. Sylvanus the Oak Father breathed life into the first forests, creating vast woodlands that would serve as temples to the natural order. Malar the Beast Lord filled these woods with predators and prey, establishing the eternal dance of hunter and hunted that would echo in the hearts of all living things. The formation of Toril's Underdark fell to darker powers. The caverns and tunnels that honeycombed the world's depths became the domain of those gods who dealt in secrets and shadows. Here, in the places where sunlight would never reach, the seeds of future conflicts were planted in stone and darkness. But the creation of the world was only the beginning. The gods looked upon their work and saw that it was beautiful but incomplete. Stone and water, wind and fire, All the elements were present, but the world lacked the spark that would make it truly alive. The gods had created a stage, but the players had yet to enter. This realization brought the first great division among the divine powers. Some gods believed the world should remain pristine and eternal, a perfect monument to divine craftsmanship. Others argued that creation demanded growth, change, and the unpredictable vitality that only mortal life could provide. The debate raged in the celestial realms, while Toril turned slowly beneath unchanging stars. The resolution came from an unexpected source. All, who had remained silent throughout the world's shaping, spoke a single word that settled the matter forever. The Overgod decreed that the world would indeed host mortal life, but with a crucial limitation: the gods themselves would be bound by the faith and worship of their mortal followers. Divine power would depend upon mortal devotion, creating an eternal partnership between the earthly and the divine. This pronouncement shocked the gods into silence. They had expected to be masters of the mortals they would create, not dependent upon them. Yet Owl's word was law, and even the mightiest deity could not gainsay the Overgod's will. The covenant was sealed with power beyond divine understanding, creating bonds that would endure until the end of time itself. With this foundation laid, the age of creation drew to its close. The world of Toril turned beneath its sun, empty but pregnant with infinite possibility. The gods withdrew to their distant realms to contemplate what they had wrought and what was yet to come. The primordials slumbered in their bindings, their dreams of chaos temporarily stilled. In the vast silence that followed, Toril waited. Its mountains stood ready to echo with the songs of future peoples. Its seas prepared to carry the ships of dreamers and conquerors. Its forests grew thick with the promise of sanctuary and danger alike. Everything was in place for the great drama that would unfold across the coming ages, and in that pregnant silence, the first stirrings of life began to whisper through the world. Not yet the voices of mortals, but something older and stranger, the creator races, beings who would serve as the bridge between the age of gods and the time of mortals. Their footsteps would be the first to mark Toril's soil, their civilizations the first to rise and fall in the endless cycle of mortal ambition. The dawn of creation was ending, but its legacy would endure forever. Every mountain and valley bore the touch of divine hands. Every storm and sunset carried echoes of the cosmic struggles that had shaped reality itself. And deep in the world's heart, the fundamental tensions between order and chaos, creation and destruction, divine will and mortal choice, lay waiting to drive the great stories yet to be told. Thus was the foundation laid for all the ages that would follow. In the beginning was the word of Ao, and that word was law. From law came order, from order came creation, and from creation came the endless possibilities that would make Toril home to wonders and terrors beyond counting. The stage was set, the cosmic drama ready to begin, and in the fullness of time, the first actors would step forward to play their parts in the greatest story ever told. Chapter 2. The Days of Thunder. Time is the greatest architect of all, building civilizations from dreams and reducing them to dust with equal patience. What mortals call ancient history represents merely the latest chapter in a story that began when the world was young and strange beyond imagination. In those primordial days, when the echoes of creation still thundered across newborn continents, beings walked Toril, whose very existence challenges our understanding of what life can become. The age that scholars name the Days of Thunder stretches back through eons so vast that their measurement defeats mortal comprehension. These were the millennia when the creator races held dominion over a world that bore little resemblance to the Faerun we know today. The very geography was alien, where now stand the familiar kingdoms of humans and elves. There once sprawled empires built by intelligences so foreign that their motivations remain mysteries written in ruins that predate recorded time. First among these ancient powers were the Saruk, the serpent lords whose mastery of life itself made them gods in all but name. These beings did not merely rule over nature, They rewrote it according to their unfathomable designs. The Saruk possessed the terrifying ability to reshape living flesh as easily as a sculptor molds clay, transforming themselves and their subjects into forms that served their empire's needs. In the steaming jungles that covered much of primordial Faerun, the Saruk built cities that defied conventional architecture. Their structures grew rather than being constructed, vast living buildings that pulsed with organic rhythms and adapted to their inhabitants' needs. Towers of crystallized bone spiraled toward alien skies, while streets of cultivated coral spread like neural networks through urban centers that breathed with the slow pulse of continental drift. The Saruk viewed themselves as gardeners of existence, tending a world garden whose scope encompassed entire ecosystems. They bred creatures not as pets or livestock, but as living tools designed for specific purposes. Some served as living architecture, their bodies hardening into walls and foundations. Others became transport systems, their elongated forms serving as bridges across impossible chasms. The Saruk Empire was less a political entity than a biological artwork spanning continents. Yet for all their mastery over life, the Saruk carried within them the seeds of their own limitations. Their serpentine nature reflected an fundamental coldness of spirit that prevented them from understanding the chaotic vitality they sought to control. They could reshape flesh, but they could not kindle the spark of genuine creativity. Their empire was magnificent but sterile, perfect but ultimately lifeless in its very perfection. While the Saruk ruled the warm southern lands, the northern reaches of Toril belonged to the Acieri, the bird lords whose dominion stretched across endless skies. These aerial masters built their civilization among the clouds themselves, crafting floating cities from crystallized wind and taming the very storms to serve as highways between their scattered domains. The Aer possessed a perspective on existence that was literally elevated above that of earthbound beings. From their lofty perches, they viewed the world as a vast map spread beneath them, its features significant only in relation to the greater patterns they perceived from above. Their magic focused on manipulation of air and weather, allowing them to shape storms with the same precision that the Saruk applied to living flesh. The cities of the Ari defied every law of physics that would later govern mortal architecture. Palaces of solid cloud drifted eternally between mountain peaks, while towers of crystallized lightning flickered with perpetual electrical storms. The Ari themselves were beings of impossible grace, their forms shifting between solid flesh and living wind as their moods dictated. Their empire existed in constant motion, never remaining in one configuration for more than a season. Entire populations would migrate with the changing winds, following routes that traced mystical patterns across the continental expanse. To the Aee, stability was stagnation, and change was the only constant worthy of their attention. Yet this same restlessness that defined their nature also prevented them from building anything truly permanent. The Aee created wonders that lasted only as long as the winds that sustained them. Their greatest achievements were moments of beauty that blazed briefly across the sky before dissolving back into the elemental forces from which they came. In the vast wetlands and primordial seas, a third creator race established its dominion, the Batraki, the amphibian lords, whose empire spanned the boundary between land and water. These beings understood that life itself had emerged from the primal oceans, and they sought to recreate that emergence on a planetary scale. The Batraki were masters of transformation in ways that differed profoundly from their serpentine cousins. Where the Saruk imposed their will upon living flesh, the Batraki worked with the natural processes of growth and change, accelerating evolution itself to serve their purposes. They did not reshape creatures so much as guide them through millions of years of development in mere centuries. Their cities existed simultaneously above and below the waterline, vast complexes that adjusted their configuration with the changing tides. Coral gardens served as both art and architecture, while domesticated leviathans provided both transportation and living buildings. The Batrachi Empire was one of symbiosis rather than domination, a civilization that grew organically from the ecosystems it inhabited. The Batrachi possessed an intuitive understanding of magic that would not be matched by any later race. To them, magic was not a force to be controlled, but a natural process to be guided. Like the flow of rivers or the changing of seasons, their spells were less incantations than conversations with the fundamental forces of existence. Yet this very harmony with natural processes made the Batrachi vulnerable to changes they could not control. Their empire depended upon delicate ecological balances that could be disrupted by forces beyond their understanding. When those balances shifted, as they inevitably would, the Batrachi found themselves unable to adapt quickly enough to survive the transformation they had helped create. For countless millennia, these three creator races existed in an uneasy equilibrium that encompassed the entire world. The Sarek ruled the lands, the Esiri commanded the skies, and the Batrachi governed the waters. Each race possessed powers that complemented and checked the others, creating a stability that seemed destined to endure forever. The Sarek's biological mastery was balanced by the Esiri's control of the elements, and the Batrachi's understanding of magical forces. None could destroy the others without risking their own existence, for the three empires had become intertwined in ways that made their survival mutually dependent. Trade routes linked their cities, diplomatic protocols governed their interactions, and hybrid zones where their influences overlapped became crucibles of innovation. In these border regions, the three races collaborated on projects that surpassed anything they could achieve individually. Living storms created by Eferi windshapers carried Sarek biological materials to Batrachi cultivation pools, where new forms of life were grown according to specifications that required all three races' expertise to conceive. These collaborative efforts produced wonders that would be remembered as miracles in later ages. Yet beneath this apparent harmony, fundamental contradictions gnawed at the creator race's civilization. The Sarek's drive for perfect control conflicted with the Ayeri's embrace of constant change. The Batrachi's symbiotic philosophy clashed with both the Serpent's domination and the Birdlord's detachment. These philosophical differences seemed manageable while resources remained abundant and territories clearly defined, but they contained the potential for catastrophic conflict. The first cracks in the great equilibrium appeared when the creator races began to push against the natural limits of their domains. The Sarek's experiments in biological manipulation grew ever more ambitious, producing creatures that strained the boundaries between life and artifice. The Eferi's weatherworking began to affect global climate patterns, threatening the delicate ecosystems upon which all three empires depended. The Batrachi's magical experiments started to tap into forces that even their ancient wisdom could not fully comprehend. Each race believed they could transcend the limitations that bound their rivals. The Sarek sought to create perfect biological forms that would never die or change. The Ayer attempted to achieve complete mastery over the elemental forces that governed weather and storm. The Batrachi worked to unlock the deepest secrets of magic itself, believing they could reshape reality according to their will. These ambitions led each race to develop weapons and abilities that upset the careful balance they had maintained for so long. The Sarek created plague creatures designed to corrupt their enemies' biological creations. The Aee learned to craft storms of such violence that they could level entire cities. The Batrachi discovered ways to drain the magical energy that sustained their rivals' greatest works. The war that followed was unlike any conflict the world had seen before or would see again. Entire continents became battlefields where the fundamental forces of existence clashed with apocalyptic fury. The Sarek unleashed biological horrors that transformed vast regions into writhing hells of mutated flesh. The array called down storms that raged for decades, reshaping geography through wind and lightning. The Batrachi turned magic itself into a weapon, creating zones where reality operated according to alien principles. The war raged for millennia, its battles fought on scales that dwarfed the conflicts of later ages. Mountain ranges rose and fell as the creator races hurled their greatest powers against each other. Seas boiled away under the fury of elemental assaults, while new oceans filled the craters left by magical explosions. The very climate of the world shifted as weather control systems ran wild and biological terraforming projects spiraled out of control. As the war intensified, each race began to realize that victory would be Pyrrhic at best. The weapons they had created to defeat their enemies were destroying the world they sought to rule. The elaborate ecosystems that had supported their civilizations collapsed under the assault of forces too powerful to control. The creator races found themselves trapped in a spiral of escalating destruction from which none could escape without admitting defeat. The end came not through conquest, but through exhaustion. The creator races had spent their accumulated power in weapons of mutual annihilation, leaving them unable to maintain the great works that had defined their civilizations. One by one, their cities fell silent as the magical and biological systems that sustained them failed. The survivors retreated to hidden enclaves, abandoning the ruins of empires that had once encompassed the world. The Sarek withdrew to deep caverns where they entered states of hibernation that would last for geological ages. Some transformed themselves into serpentine forms so alien that later races would mistake them for entirely different species. Others became living repositories of biological knowledge, their bodies serving as libraries of genetic information that might one day be needed to restore their ruined world. The Air ascended to the highest reaches of the atmosphere, becoming beings of pure air and lightning that existed more as weather patterns than physical entities. Their greatest cities dissolved into cloud formations that still drift through the upper atmosphere, occasionally glimpsed by mortal aviators who mistake them for natural phenomena. The Batraki retreated to the deepest ocean trenches and underground seas, entering a collective dream state that allowed them to survive the magical catastrophes their war had unleashed upon the world. Their consciousness became distributed through vast networks of aquatic fungi, creating a form of existence that transcended individual identity. With the creator races gone, the world they left behind was a devastated landscape of ruins and wonders. Vast cities stood empty, their alien architectures slowly crumbling under the weight of abandonment. Magical experiments continued to run wild, creating regions where the laws of nature operated according to principles that defied mortal understanding. Biological weapons evolved into new ecosystems, while weather control systems generated storms that would rage for centuries. Yet even in this apocalyptic aftermath, life endured. The creator race's greatest achievement was not their empires or their weapons, but the fundamental changes they had wrought in the nature of existence itself. They had shown that life could take forms beyond natural evolution, that magic could reshape reality according to conscious will, and that intelligence could transcend the limitations of flesh and blood. The ruins they left behind became seeds of future civilizations. Hidden caches of creator race knowledge would one day be discovered by explorers brave enough to venture into the forbidden places. Hybrid creatures produced by ancient experiments would evolve into entirely new species. Magical principles pioneered during the days of thunder would provide the foundation for the arcane sciences of later ages. Most importantly, the creator races had established the precedent that intelligence itself was a transformative force capable of reshaping the world according to its vision. This lesson would echo through all the ages that followed, inspiring countless civilizations to reach for heights of achievement that previous generations had thought impossible. The days of thunder ended, not with a bang but with a whisper, the sound of wind through empty halls where gods in mortal form had once held court. Yet that whisper carried within it the promise of new voices yet to be heard, new powers yet to be born, and new dreams yet to be realized. The age of the creator races was ending, but the age of possibility had only just begun. In the silence that followed their passing, the world began the slow process of healing from wounds that cut deeper than flesh or stone. New forms of life emerged from the genetic chaos the Sarek had left behind. Strange weather patterns stabilized into new climate systems that would define the geography of future ages. Magical energies, freed from the constraints of ancient control systems, began to flow in patterns that would eventually give rise to the phenomenon mortals would call the weave, and in the deepest places of the earth, in the highest reaches of the sky, and in the most remote depths of the sea, the creator races slumbered on, their dreams shaping reality in ways too subtle for waking minds to perceive. They had not truly died, but had become part of the world itself, their consciousness woven into the fundamental forces that would guide the development of all life yet to come. The days of thunder were over, but their echoes would reverberate through every age that followed, a reminder that even the mightiest civilizations are but chapters in a story too vast for any single narrator to tell in full. Chapter 3. The Crown Wars. Beauty, when wedded to immortality, becomes a curse that transforms paradise into hell through the simple passage of time. What begins as perfection inevitably breeds the very corruption it sought to transcend, for even the most sublime creation carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. In the annals of Pharaoh's history, no truth resonates more powerfully than this lesson written in elven blood across 5,000 years of fratricidal war. When the creator races withdrew from the world, they left behind a landscape scarred by their conflicts but rich with possibility. Into this wounded realm came the elves, beings of such ethereal grace that they seemed like walking dreams given form. These Telquesser, the people of the stars, possessed lifespans measured in millennia, and wisdom that deepened with each passing century. They looked upon the ruins of the ancient empires, and saw not devastation but opportunity, a chance to build something better, something that would endure where the creator races had fallen. The early elven kingdoms that arose from this vision were wonders beyond mortal comprehension. Mithrandir gleamed like a jewel upon the forest floor, its crystal spires reaching toward stars that seemed to bend their light in homage to elven artistry. Cormanthair spread its verdant embrace across vast woodlands, where every tree was tended with the care a parent shows a beloved child. Arivandar stood proud and martial, its silver towers reflecting the cold perfection of elven military discipline. These realms were more than mere kingdoms. They were expressions of elven philosophy made manifest in stone and spell. Each city was a work of art that took centuries to complete. Every garden a masterpiece of cultivation that blended magic and nature into seamless harmony. The elves built not for conquest or commerce, but for the pure joy of creation itself, believing that beauty was its own justification, and that perfection was a goal worthy of immortal pursuit. In those golden centuries, elven civilization reached heights that would never again be equaled. Their mages unraveled the deepest mysteries of the weave, crafting spells of such elegance that they seemed less like magical formulas than symphonies written in pure arcane force. Their artisans worked with materials that responded to thought rather than tools, shaping living crystal and singing silver into forms that captured the very essence of elvish dreams. The high magic of the elves represented the pinnacle of arcane achievement, rituals so complex and powerful that they required the combined efforts of dozens of archmages working in perfect synchronization. Through these workings, the elves could reshape geography itself, raising mountain ranges, or calling forth new seas with the same ease that lesser beings might tend a garden. They crafted mythals, vast magical fields that protected entire cities and enforced the natural laws according to elven desire. Yet, even in this age of unprecedented achievement, the fundamental tensions that would eventually tear elven civilization apart were already taking root. The very immortality that gave the elves their perspective also made them susceptible to a particular form of madness, the gradual accumulation of ancient grievances that mortal races would forget, but elves would nurse across millennia. The first signs of discord appeared in the philosophical differences between the various elven subraces and kingdoms. The Gold Elves of Arivandar believed that elven superiority was not merely a matter of ability but of cosmic right, that the Telquesir were destined to rule over all lesser beings by virtue of their inherent perfection. The Moon Elves of Mithrandir embraced a more inclusive vision, welcoming other races as partners in the great work of civilization. The Dark Elves of Elithir pursued power through magics that even other elves found disturbing, delving into shadow and seduction with an intensity that troubled their cousins. These differences might have remained mere academic debates in a younger civilization, but among immortals, intellectual disagreements had time to ferment into religious convictions, and religious convictions to harden into absolute certainties. What began as friendly discourse in council chambers slowly transformed into bitter theological disputes that admitted no compromise. The First Crown War erupted not from any single cause, but from the accumulated weight of 1,000 small tensions that finally reached their breaking point. The immediate trigger was a seemingly minor dispute over territorial boundaries between Arivandar and the smaller kingdom of Myaritar, but the underlying cause was the fundamental question of whether elven civilization should be exclusive or inclusive, martial or scholarly, unified under a single crown, or allowed to develop along divergent paths. Arivandar, under the leadership of House Vaishan, struck first with a precision that revealed years of careful planning. Their assault was not merely military but magical, employing high magic rituals designed to corrupt Myaritar's mythals and turn the kingdom's own defensive spells against it. What should have been a brief conflict to settle a border dispute became a war of annihilation as Arivandar sought not merely to defeat Myaritar, but to erase it entirely from existence. The weapons employed in this first elven war shocked even the combatants themselves. Arivandar's battle mages wielded spells that had never been intended for warfare, perverting the beautiful rituals of high magic into instruments of destruction. They called down stars from the heavens to serve as siege weapons, summoned elemental storms that raged for decades, and crafted diseases that specifically targeted the magical essence that sustained elven life. Myaritar's defenders, caught unprepared for the sheer viciousness of the assault, were forced to improvise responses with whatever resources they could muster. Their druids called upon the very forests to fight back, transforming entire woodlands into armies of awakened trees and angry beasts. Their wizards delved into magics they had previously considered taboo, seeking any power that might turn the tide of battle. The war raged for 3 centuries. Its battles fought not merely on physical battlefields, but in the ethereal plane, the plane of shadow, and the realm of dreams itself. Entire generations of elves were born, lived, and died, knowing nothing but conflict. Children who should have spent their early decades learning art and philosophy instead trained for war, their natural elven grace twisted into deadly martial skill. As the First Crown War ground toward its inevitable conclusion, both sides found themselves transformed by the conflict they had unleashed. Arivindar's noble houses had become dynasties of warrior lords, whose only skill was the art of war. Myaritar's gentle druids had evolved into vengeful nature priests, whose magic carried the bitter taste of desperation and loss. The end came not through decisive battle, but through magical catastrophe. In their desperation to achieve victory, Arivandar's high mages attempted a ritual of such scope and ambition that it exceeded even their considerable abilities. They sought to drain the very life force from Myaritar's lands, transforming the kingdom's forests into a wasteland that could never again support elven civilization. The spell succeeded beyond their darkest intentions. The forests of Myaritar withered and died, but the magical backlash spread far beyond the intended target. Ancient mythals failed across half the continent as the corrupted ritual sent waves of anti-magic through the weave itself. Cities that had stood for millennia crumbled as their magical foundations gave way. Countless elves simply faded from existence as the arcane forces that sustained their immortal forms were stripped away. Yet even this catastrophe was merely the prelude to greater horrors. The Second Crown War began before the devastation of the first had fully settled, sparked by Arivandar's attempt to claim the territories left vacant by Myaritar's destruction. This time, however, they faced not a single kingdom, but an alliance of survivors, determined to prevent any repetition of the First War's genocidal conclusion. The alliance included not only the remaining elven kingdoms, but also other races that had witnessed Arivandar's brutality and recognized the threat it represented to all civilized life. Dragons emerged from their ancient lairs to join the fight, their fury kindled by the sight of magical devastation that reminded them of their own species' ancient wars. Giants descended from their mountain fastnesses, while even some of the surviving creator race descendants stirred from their long slumber to oppose this new threat to the world's stability. This second conflict dwarfed the first in both scope and savagery. Where the first Crown War had been fought primarily between elven armies using elven tactics, the Second Crown War became a struggle for the very soul of Faerûn. Erevandar's forces found themselves outnumbered and outmatched, but their desperation only made them more dangerous as they turned to increasingly forbidden magics in their quest for victory. The Dark Elves of Elithir chose this moment to reveal their true nature, openly embracing the worship of Lolth and employing spider-themed magics that horrified even their Erevandaran allies. Their transformation from merely ambitious elves into something genuinely monstrous marked a turning point in the war, as it became clear that the conflict had moved beyond mere politics into the realm of fundamental good versus evil. For 700 years, the Second Crown War consumed the northern reaches of Faerûn in an orgy of destruction that made the first conflict seem restrained by comparison. Entire mountain ranges were leveled by dragon breath and giant hammers. New seas formed, where magical weapons cracked the very bedrock of continents. The climate itself shifted as weather control spells ran wild, and uncontrolled magical energies poisoned the natural cycles of storm and season. The Third Crown War erupted even before the Second had properly ended, as exhausted survivors found themselves unable to maintain the fragile alliances that had sustained them through the previous conflict. This time, the fighting was characterized not by grand strategies or noble causes, but by bitter revenge and genocidal hatred. Each side fought not for victory, but for the simple pleasure of causing pain to their enemies. The weapons employed in this phase of the conflict defied every convention of civilized warfare. Erevandar's remaining mages crafted plagues specifically designed to cause maximum suffering before death. Their enemies responded with curses that would torment Erevandaran bloodlines for generations. Both sides began targeting civilian populations, seeking to break their enemies' will through the systematic destruction of everything they held dear. The Fourth Crown War saw the introduction of tactics so horrific that later historians would struggle to find words adequate to describe them. Time itself became a weapon, as chronomancers from various factions attempted to rewrite history by traveling to the past and assassinating their enemies' ancestors. Entire bloodlines were erased from existence, their members never having been born due to temporal paradoxes that rippled through the time stream like cracks in reality. Necromancy, previously considered the most forbidden of magical arts, became commonplace as desperate commanders sought to bolster their depleted ranks with armies of the undead. The battlefields of the Fourth Crown War became charnel houses where the dead outnumbered the living, and victory went to whichever side could raise the largest number of corpses to fight for their cause. The Fifth and final Crown War represented the absolute nadir of elven civilization, a conflict in which every principle the Telquesser had once held sacred was sacrificed on the altar of mutual annihilation. By this point, the various factions had become so consumed with hatred that they could no longer remember what they were fighting for, knowing only that their enemies must be destroyed regardless of the cost. The Dark Elves of Elithir chose this moment to reveal the full extent of their transformation, openly challenging the very gods themselves in their arrogance. Their high priestesses attempted to elevate Lolth to supremacy over the entire elven pantheon, using rituals that required the sacrifice of thousands of their own people. The magical energies released by these blasphemous rites poisoned the weave itself, creating zones of wild magic where reality operated according to chaotic principles that defied all understanding. The response from the Sundering, the elven pantheon, was swift and terrible. Corellon Larethian himself intervened in the conflict, not to take sides, but to prevent the complete destruction of elven civilization. The curse that fell upon Elithir was comprehensive beyond mortal understanding. Not merely death or defeat, but fundamental transformation into something antithetical to everything the elves had once represented. The dark elves found their beautiful forms twisted into creatures of shadow and malice, their skin darkened to the color of midnight, their hair bleached white as bone, and their eyes became pools of crimson flame. Most terrible of all, they were banished from the surface world they had once called home, condemned to dwell forever in the Underdark's eternal night. This transformation, the birth of the Drow, marked the effective end of the Crown Wars, though scattered conflicts would continue for decades, as the various factions struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what they had lost. The great elven kingdoms lay in ruins, their populations decimated by centuries of warfare. The high magic that had once been their greatest achievement was now regarded with suspicion and fear, its practitioners too few and too traumatized to maintain the great workings of the past. Myth-Draenor, greatest of the surviving cities, emerged from the wars as a hollow shadow of its former glory. Its crystal spires still reached toward the stars, but many were cracked or darkened by magical pollution. Its mythals still functioned, but they flickered uncertainly, their power diminished by the stress of maintaining defensive barriers for over a millennium of continuous warfare. The survivors of the Crown Wars faced a world transformed beyond recognition. Where once vast forests had stretched from horizon to horizon, now only scattered groves remained, separated by wastelands where nothing would grow. Ancient cities had been reduced to ruins that even elven magic could not restore. Bloodlines that had traced their ancestry back to the first days of elven civilization had been extinguished entirely. Perhaps most tragically, the wars had transformed the elven character itself. Where once the Telquesser had been known for their wisdom and restraint, the survivors were marked by a deep melancholy and an abiding suspicion of their own kind. The easy trust and open cooperation that had characterized elven society in its golden age had been replaced by guarded wariness and bitter cynicism. The Dark Elf's exile to the Underdark was intended as punishment, but it became something far more significant: the birth of an entirely new civilization dedicated to principles diametrically opposed to those of their surface cousins. In the depths below, the Drow would build cities of their own, craft their own culture, and develop their own dark version of elven high magic. Lolth's influence over her transformed children was absolute and pervasive. Where surface elves valued cooperation and harmony, the Drow embraced betrayal and conflict as natural expressions of their nature. Where their cousins sought to create beauty, the Drow found aesthetic pleasure in corruption and pain. The Spider Queen's gift to her people was not merely physical transformation, but philosophical revolution, a complete inversion of everything elven civilization had once represented. In the millennia that followed the Crown Wars, the Drow would prove themselves worthy heirs to the dark legacy of Eli Thair. Their cities in the Underdark became centers of political intrigue and magical innovation that rivaled anything their surface cousins had achieved. Yet their greatest works were always tainted by the fundamental cruelty that defined their transformed nature. The surface elves, meanwhile, began the long process of cultural recovery that would define the remainder of their history. They abandoned the dream of unified empire that had driven the Crown Wars, accepting instead a future of scattered kingdoms united only by shared trauma and cautious cooperation. The price of their survival was the loss of everything they had once considered essential to elven identity. The Crown Wars had demonstrated that even immortal beings were subject to the same destructive impulses that plagued shorter-lived races. Indeed, their immortality made these impulses more dangerous rather than less, for elves had the time and ability to nurse grudges across centuries and plan revenge with patience that mortals could never match. The great mythals that had once protected elven cities became monuments to failure rather than symbols of achievement. Most were abandoned entirely, their magical energies too unstable to maintain safely. Others were deliberately destroyed by their own creators, who preferred to see their works unmade rather than fall into enemy hands. The survivors who remained in the ruins of their former kingdoms faced a choice that would define the character of elven civilization for ages to come: They could attempt to rebuild what had been lost, risking the renewal of old conflicts, or they could accept diminishment as the price of peace. Most chose the latter path, retreating into isolated communities where they could preserve what remained of their culture without threatening their neighbors. Yet, even in their reduced circumstances, the elves retained echoes of their former greatness. Their magic, though diminished, remained more sophisticated than anything achieved by younger races. Their artistry, though melancholy, still captured beauty that moved hearts across species barriers. Their wisdom, though hard-won through suffering, provided insights that proved invaluable to those wise enough to seek their counsel. The Crown Wars ended not with triumph but with exhaustion, not with resolution but with acceptance of irreconcilable differences. The dream of elven unity had died in the flames of fratricidal conflict, replaced by a more modest vision of survival through separation. The Telquasir had learned the hardest lesson of all, that immortality was no protection against the consequences of moral failure. In the deep places of the earth, the Drow began to build their own dark mirror of elven civilization, proving that transformation could be as powerful as destruction. On the surface, the scattered remnants of the great kingdoms struggled to maintain their culture, while avoiding the conflicts that had nearly destroyed them entirely. Both groups carried forward the legacy of the Crown Wars, a reminder that even the most perfect beings are capable of falling into corruption if they lose sight of the principles that define their essential nature. The age of elven dominance was over, but the influence of the Telquesir would endure for millennia to come. In their art and magic, in their wisdom and warnings, in the very landscape they had shaped through 5,000 years of war and peace, the elves had written their story into the fundamental structure of Faerun itself. The Crown Wars had ended, but their echoes would resonate through every age that followed. Chapter 4. The First Flowering of Netheril. Mortals reach for immortality through achievement, believing that if they can only build something grand enough, beautiful enough, or powerful enough, they will transcend the brief span of years allotted to their kind. Yet in this very reaching lies the seed of their downfall, for the desire to surpass mortal limitations inevitably leads to the embrace of forces beyond mortal comprehension. In all the annals of Faerun's history, no people embodied this tragic ambition more completely than the Netherese, whose rise to godlike power became the very instrument of their absolute destruction. The story of Netheril begins not with grand ambitions, but with humble necessity. In the centuries following the Crown Wars, as elven civilization retreated into isolated enclaves and the creator races slumbered in their ancient hiding places, humanity emerged as the inheritor of a wounded world. These early humans possessed neither the immortal perspective of the elves, nor the primordial power of the ancient races, but they carried within them something perhaps more dangerous, an unquenchable hunger for knowledge and an absolute refusal to accept the limitations that nature imposed upon them. The tribes that would eventually unite under the banner of Netheril dwelt in the harsh Northlands, where winter reigned for half the year, and survival demanded constant struggle against an environment that showed no mercy to the weak or unprepared. These were not the soft humans of southern kingdoms who lived under elven protection, but hard folks forged by necessity into something approaching perfection in their own brutal way. In those early days, the Netherese possessed magic of sorts, simple hedge wizardry passed down through oral tradition, barely sufficient to light fires or heal minor wounds. Their shamans could speak with animals and predict weather patterns, but such abilities were crude tools compared to the high magic of the elves, or the reality-shaping powers of the creator races. The humans accepted these limitations as part of their nature, never dreaming that they might one day challenge the cosmic order itself. The discovery that changed everything came not through planned exploration, but through the purest chance. A young Netherese hunter named Iolam, tracking prey through ruins, left by some forgotten civilization, stumbled upon a cache of artifacts that had survived since the days of thunder. Hidden within a crystalline vault whose very existence defied mortal understanding, lay scrolls of a material that seemed to shift between solid parchment and pure magical energy. These were the Nether Scrolls, repositories of arcane knowledge created by the Saruk in the final days of their empire. The Serpent Lords had encoded within these artifacts not merely spells or formulas, but the fundamental principles underlying magical reality itself. The scrolls contained secrets that even the elves had never discovered, insights into the nature of the weave that could transform any being capable of understanding them into something approaching godhood. Ulam's first attempts to study the scrolls nearly destroyed him. The knowledge they contained was not meant for mortal minds, written in concepts that human consciousness could barely grasp. The young hunter spent months in a delirium that his tribe mistook for a wasting sickness, his mind struggling to accommodate truths that challenged everything he had ever believed about the nature of reality. Yet humans possess a peculiar form of adaptability that other races lack, the ability to remake themselves according to necessity, rather than be destroyed by circumstances beyond their control. Where an elf might have rejected knowledge that contradicted millennia of accumulated wisdom, and where one of the creator races might have dismissed concepts that failed to fit their established worldview, Ioloam simply changed his fundamental understanding of what it meant to be human. The transformation was not merely intellectual but physical and spiritual. As Ioloam absorbed the scroll's teachings, his body began to reflect the magical energies flowing through his consciousness. His lifespan, previously constrained by mortal limitations, extended far beyond human norms. His capacity for magical manipulation expanded exponentially with each passing year of study. Most importantly, his vision of what humanity might become grew to encompass possibilities that no human had ever dared imagine. When Ioloam finally emerged from his years of study, he was no longer entirely human in any sense that his tribe could recognize. His eyes held depths that seemed to contain swirling galaxies. His voice carried harmonics that resonated with the fundamental frequencies of magical reality, and his mere presence caused reality to become more malleable, as if the universe itself recognized his authority over its basic laws. The knowledge Olom had gained was too vast and too dangerous to be contained within a single mind, regardless of how expanded that mind had become. With the pragmatic wisdom that characterized his people, he began to select others who might be capable of sharing the burden of such terrible enlightenment. These first students, chosen as much for their mental resilience as for their magical aptitude, became the founders of what would eventually be known as the Netherese magical tradition. Unlike the elven approach to magic, which emphasized harmony with natural forces and respect for cosmic balance, the Netherese method was fundamentally revolutionary. They viewed magic not as a force to be persuaded or negotiated with, but as a tool to be mastered and wielded according to human will. Where elves sought to preserve the world's existing beauty, humans dreamed of remaking it according to their own design. The early Netherese settlements reflected this philosophical difference in their very architecture. Instead of growing their cities organically like the elves, or adapting to natural terrain like other human cultures, the Netherese imposed geometric perfection upon the landscape itself. They raised towers whose mathematical proportions embodied magical principles, creating structures that served simultaneously as homes, laboratories, and focal points for arcane energy. As the Netherese magical tradition developed over successive generations, it became clear that humanity's approach to arcane knowledge differed fundamentally from that of any previous civilization. Where other races had discovered magic as one aspect of a broader worldview, humans embraced it as the defining characteristic of their entire culture. Every aspect of Netherese society, from agriculture to governance to artistic expression, became subordinated to the pursuit of ever greater magical achievement. The first great breakthrough came when Netherese arcanists learned to manipulate the fundamental structure of the weave itself, rather than merely drawing power from magical fields as other spellcasters did. They discovered how to reshape those fields according to their will. This innovation allowed them to create effects that previous magical traditions would have considered impossible, not merely greater versions of existing spells, but entirely new categories of magical phenomenon. With this newfound ability to rewrite the basic laws of magical reality, The Netherese began projects that dwarfed anything previously attempted by mortal beings. They built cities that existed partially outside normal space-time, creating urban centers that could house millions of inhabitants within areas that appeared no larger than modest towns to outside observers. They developed transportation networks that connected distant locations through folded space, allowing instantaneous travel across continental distances. Most ambitious of all, they began to experiment with the creation of entirely artificial magical fields, zones where reality operated according to principles of their own design, rather than natural law. These experimental regions served as testing grounds for magical theories too dangerous to attempt in populated areas, but they also represented the first steps toward the Netherese dream of remaking the entire world according to human specifications. The society that emerged from these magical innovations bore little resemblance to traditional human civilization. Netherese citizens lived lives of unprecedented luxury and security, their every need provided for by magical systems that required no mortal labor to maintain. Disease and aging became optional inconveniences that could be avoided through proper application of arcane knowledge. Death itself was reduced to a temporary setback for those wealthy or important enough to afford magical resurrection. Yet, this paradise was built upon foundations that few Netherese bothered to examine too closely. The magical energies required to sustain their civilization came not from renewable sources, but from the accumulated reserves of the weave itself. Each grand working, each miraculous innovation, each demonstration of Netherese supremacy drew upon finite resources that could not be replaced once exhausted. More troubling still was the gradual transformation of Netherese society from a collection of human communities into something resembling a hierarchy of increasingly powerful and increasingly inhuman arcanists. The greatest among the Netherese mages began to lose touch with their mortal origins, their perspectives expanding to encompass cosmic timescales, and their concerns shifting away from human needs toward abstract philosophical concepts. At the apex of this magical aristocracy stood figures who had transcended humanity so completely that they existed more as incarnate principles than as individual personalities. These arch-wizards commanded powers that rivaled those of gods, yet they remained bound by the fundamental limitation that constrained all mortal beings, the inability to see beyond the boundaries of their own desires and assumptions. The first flying cities of Netheril represented the culmination of their early magical achievements. These aerial metropolises, sustained by mythos of unprecedented complexity and power, demonstrated humanity's complete mastery over the natural forces that had once constrained their development. From their lofty perches, the Netherese could look down upon the earthbound kingdoms of other races, with justified pride in their accomplishments. Each flying city was a masterwork of magical engineering that would have seemed impossible to previous civilizations. Vast floating islands of stone and metal, held aloft by forces that made a mockery of gravity, their towers reaching toward the stars, while their foundations rested upon clouds and crystallized wind. Gardens grew in defiance of natural season, sustained by artificial suns that never set. Fountains flowed upward in graceful arcs before dispersing into mists that nourished aerial ecosystems, impossible under normal conditions. The citizens of these flying cities lived lives that would have seemed godlike to their earthbound ancestors. They commanded armies of construct servants that anticipated their every need. They traveled through networks of teleportation circles that made distance irrelevant. They pursued artistic and intellectual endeavors with the passionate intensity of beings who never needed to concern themselves with mundane survival. Yet, for all their achievements, the Netherese remained fundamentally human in their ambitions and their blindness. They built their civilization as an expression of their will to power, but they failed to consider the ultimate consequences of that will. They reached for godhood without understanding that gods, unlike mortals, must bear responsibility for the cosmic balance their actions affect. The greatest among the Netherese arcanists began to experiment with magic that transcended the boundaries between mortal and divine. They developed spells that could alter fundamental constants of reality, reshape the flow of time itself, and rewrite the basic principles governing existence. These innovations brought them closer to their goal of absolute mastery over all aspects of reality, but they also brought them into conflict with forces beyond mortal comprehension. As the flying cities multiplied and the scope of Netheril's ambitions expanded, tensions began to develop between humanity's magical civilization and the divine powers that governed the cosmic order. The gods watched with growing concern as mortals wielded energies that properly belonged to divine authority. The balance between mortal and divine spheres of influence, carefully maintained since the earliest days of creation, began to shift in ways that threatened the stability of existence itself. The Netherese, intoxicated by their seemingly limitless power, dismissed divine concerns as irrelevant to their purposes. They had transcended the need for divine protection or guidance, or so they believed. Their magic had made them independent of the natural cycles that governed other forms of life. They no longer needed to fear death, disease, or any of the limitations that made other beings dependent upon divine mercy. This hubris manifested most clearly in their treatment of other civilizations. The Netherese viewed earthbound kingdoms as quaint anachronisms, whose continued existence served no purpose except as sources of raw materials and test subjects for magical experimentation. They began to intervene in the affairs of lesser nations, not as allies or enemies, but as researchers studying primitive subjects. Some Netherese settlements were established on the ground purely as experiments in applied sociology, controlled environments where different forms of government, economic systems, and social structures could be tested under laboratory conditions. The inhabitants of these settlements, whether they knew it or not, lived their entire lives as subjects of studies conducted by beings whose power and perspective had moved so far beyond human norms that they could barely remember what it meant to be mortal. The magical innovations that emerged from this period of experimentation pushed the boundaries of possibility ever further toward the realm of the impossible. Netherese arcanists learned to create pocket dimensions that could serve as private universes for particularly ambitious projects. They developed time manipulation spells that allowed them to accelerate or decelerate temporal flow within localized areas. They even began to experiment with the creation of entirely artificial forms of life, not merely constructed servants but genuinely living beings, designed according to magical principles. Yet, with each new achievement, the Netherese found themselves driven toward even greater ambitions. The more power they gained, the more power they felt they needed to accomplish their expanding goals. What had begun as a quest for freedom from mortal limitations became an insatiable hunger for absolute control over every aspect of existence. The social structure of Netherese civilization evolved to reflect this endless quest for ever greater magical achievement. Traditional human institutions like family, community, and cultural tradition gradually gave way to a pure meritocracy based solely on magical ability. Those who could master the most complex spells and undertake the most ambitious magical projects rose to positions of authority, while those with lesser gifts found themselves relegated to subordinate roles regardless of their other qualifications. This transformation created a society of unprecedented efficiency and innovation, but it also destroyed many of the human connections that had originally motivated the Netherese quest for improvement. As individual arcanists grew in power and perspective, they found it increasingly difficult to relate to the concerns and experiences of their less gifted neighbors. The bonds of empathy and shared experience that hold human communities together began to fray as magical achievement created ever greater distances between different levels of Netherese society. The flying cities became symbols of this growing disconnection between magical elite and mortal masses. Those powerful enough to maintain aerial dwellings literally rose above the earth and its concerns, conducting their affairs in realms where natural law held no sway and mortal considerations carried no weight. From their ethereal heights, the greatest Netherese arcanists looked down upon the world below with the detached interest of gods contemplating an experiment whose outcome was predetermined. Yet even as they approached the pinnacle of magical achievement, cracks began to appear in the foundation of Netherese civilization. The magical energies that sustained their wonders were not infinite, and the constant drain of maintaining ever more ambitious projects was beginning to stress the weave itself. Subtle signs of magical instability appeared in the form of unpredictable spell failures, zones of wild magic that defied all attempts at control, and creatures spontaneously transformed by exposure to uncontrolled arcane radiation. The Netherese response to these warning signs was characteristically ambitious. Rather than reducing their magical consumption, they sought to develop new sources of arcane energy that could sustain their civilization's continued expansion. This quest led them to investigate increasingly exotic and dangerous magical phenomena, including direct manipulation of the forces that govern divine authority itself. The greatest among the Netherese arcanists began to believe that they had evolved beyond the need for any external limitations whatsoever. They had transcended mortality through magical means, surpassed other civilizations through superior knowledge, and proven their mastery over natural forces through unprecedented achievements. The final frontier that remained was the divine sphere itself, the realm of absolute power that gods claimed as their exclusive domain. As the first flowering of Netheril reached its zenith, the stage was set for the confrontation that would define the ultimate fate of humanity's greatest magical civilization. The Netherese had built a tower of achievement that reached toward the very heavens, but they had failed to ensure that its foundations could bear the weight of their ambitions. Their success had become the instrument of their approaching doom, and their greatest triumph would prove to be the seed of their absolute destruction. In the gleaming spires of their flying cities, surrounded by wonders that made mockery of every limitation that had previously constrained human achievement, the Netherese prepared for their final act of hubris. They stood on the threshold of godhood itself, convinced that they possessed both the power and the right to claim divine authority as their birthright. They could not know that their greatest achievement would become their most terrible mistake, or that their reach for immortal power would instead secure their place in history as a cautionary tale about the dangers of mortal ambition, untempered by wisdom. The first flowering of Netheril was ending, but its legacy would echo through all the ages that followed, a reminder that even the most magnificent achievements carry within them the seeds of their own destruction, when they are pursued without regard for the cosmic balance that sustains all existence. Chapter 5. The Time of Dragons. Power reveals character, but absolute power reveals the fundamental nature of the soul, whether it harbors the wisdom to use dominion justly, or the weakness that transforms authority into tyranny. In the Chronicles of Faerun, no beings have embodied this truth more completely than the dragons, whose reign over the world's destiny spanned millennia, and whose legacy continues to shape reality through the sheer weight of their accumulated influence. These ancient worms were not merely powerful creatures, but living embodiments of primal forces, whose very existence challenged the cosmic order itself. The time of dragons began not with conquest, but with awakening. In the aftermath of the Crown Wars, as elven civilization retreated into isolation and human kingdoms struggled to establish themselves amid the ruins of greater civilizations, the great worms stirred from slumbers that had lasted since the world was young. These dragons were not the diminished creatures that later ages would know, but beings whose power rivaled that of gods, and whose memories stretched back to the very dawn of creation. Bahamut and Tiamat, the primordial dragon deities, had engaged in their cosmic struggle since before the first mortal drew breath, their eternal conflict serving as the template for the eternal tension between justice and tyranny, creation and destruction, order and chaos. Yet during the time of dragons, their influence manifested not merely through divine intervention, but through the actions of their greatest children, ancient worms, whose individual power was sufficient to reshape entire regions according to their will. The chromatic dragons, spawn of Tiamat's malice, emerged from their hidden lairs with appetites that had grown enormous during their centuries of dormancy. These creatures possessed not merely physical might, but intellectual brilliance that surpassed that of entire civilizations. Their minds, unencumbered by mortal limitations of perspective or lifespan, had used their long isolation to develop schemes of such complexity and scope that their execution would require decades merely to unfold. Cloth the Old Sire claimed the Sword Coast as his personal domain, establishing a reign of terror that made mortal kingdoms seem like temporary inconveniences to be tolerated only as long as they served his purposes. His hoard was not merely a collection of treasure, but a carefully curated assemblage of magical artifacts, political leverage, and economic control that gave him influence extending far beyond the reach of his physical presence. In the eastern reaches of Faerun, Imrith, the dragon of the statues, carved out her own sphere of influence through a combination of military might and political manipulation that demonstrated the sophisticated thinking that separated true ancient dragons from mere beasts. She did not simply terrorize the local populations, but instead established a complex web of alliances, dependencies, and obligations that made her the de facto ruler of vast territories without the need for constant direct intervention. The white dragons of the far north, led by the ancient worm Icing Death, transformed entire mountain ranges into frozen wastelands that served as their private kingdoms. These regions became so thoroughly dominated by draconic influence that they developed their own unique ecosystems, adapted to the presence of creatures whose very breath could reshape landscape, and whose magical auras affected the fundamental properties of the environment around them. Yet it was perhaps the red dragons who most completely embodied the essence of draconic dominion during this age. These creatures, blessed with Tiamat's most potent gifts of destruction and domination, established empires that combined the worst aspects of tyrannical rule with the terrible efficiency that only immortal intelligence could achieve. Their kingdoms were monuments to the principle that might makes right, organized according to hierarchies based purely on the ability to inflict suffering upon those below. Firentenamar, the menacing, claimed the volcanic regions of central Faerun as her domain, using the natural geothermal activity of the area to power magical workings that made her court a center of arcane innovation, rivaling even the achievements of the Netherese. Her lair became a pilgrimage destination for ambitious spellcasters who sought to learn directly from one of the most magically sophisticated beings in existence, though few who sought such knowledge survived the experience with their sanity intact. The metallic dragons, servants of Bahamut's justice, found themselves in the difficult position of opposing their chromatic cousins without abandoning the principles that defined their essential nature. These noble worms could not simply match tyranny with tyranny, for to do so would be to betray everything they represented. Instead, they were forced to develop more subtle methods of resistance that relied upon alliance building, indirect action, and the cultivation of mortal champions who could act where direct draconic intervention might cause more harm than good. Pertanther the Bronze established his domain along the Sea of Fallen Stars, using his control over weather and water to protect mortal shipping from both natural hazards and the predations of his evil cousins. His reign demonstrated that draconic power could be used benevolently, but it also revealed the inherent limitations of such an approach. No matter how just his intentions, the very scale of his power made him an overwhelming presence that fundamentally altered the nature of every interaction he participated in. The gold dragon, Lareth the Beautiful, claimed the skies above the Dalelands as her territory, using her position to maintain a complex network of observation and intervention that allowed her to guide mortal affairs without directly controlling them. Her methods were so subtle that most of the humans she protected never realized they lived under draconic guardianship. Yet her influence was profound enough to shape the development of entire cultures over multiple generations. As the time of dragons progressed, the fundamental tension between draconic power and mortal autonomy became increasingly apparent. Dragons, regardless of their moral alignment, were simply too powerful to coexist easily with other forms of intelligent life. Their very presence warped the normal development of civilizations, either through direct oppression or through the kind of overprotection that prevented natural growth and adaptation. The rise of the cult of the dragon represented one of the most disturbing developments of this era. This organization, founded by the Mad Mage Sam Master, sought to transform chromatic dragons into dracolicious, undead worms whose power would be freed from the limitations imposed by mortal existence. The cult's activities created a new category of draconic threat that combined the worst aspects of undeath with the accumulated power and knowledge of ancient dragons. The first dracoliches were creatures of such malevolent power that their very existence challenged the cosmic balance. These undead worms retained all the intelligence and magical ability they had possessed in life, while gaining the relentless drive and freedom from physical needs that characterized the most dangerous forms of undeath. Their transformation represented not merely a personal choice, but a fundamental rejection of the natural order that governed all existence. Dorgoth, the creeping doom, became the most infamous of these transformed worms, establishing a domain in the deepest regions of the Underdark, where he could pursue magical experiments too dangerous for any surface dwelling. His research into necromancy and life force manipulation produced innovations that influenced the development of undead creatures throughout Faerun, creating ripple effects that would continue to manifest for millennia after his transformation. The presence of such beings forced a re-evaluation of the role dragons played in the world's destiny. No longer could they be viewed simply as powerful, but ultimately natural creatures. The dracolicious represented a new form of existence that transcended normal categories, beings whose very nature challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which cosmic order was based. The response from both mortal kingdoms and the remaining living dragons was swift and decisive. The Harpers, in one of their earliest manifestations as a coordinated organization, began to develop strategies specifically designed to counter draconic threats. Their approach emphasized not direct confrontation, which would be suicidal, but the cultivation of knowledge, alliances, and specialized techniques that could level the playing field between mortal agents and their draconic opponents. Meanwhile, the metallic dragons found themselves forced to take more active roles in opposing their corrupted cousins. The threat posed by dracoliches was too great to be addressed through the subtle methods they preferred, requiring direct intervention that brought them into open conflict with forces that matched their own power. The resulting battles reshaped geography and created legends that would inspire mortal heroes for generations to come. The Dracarage mythal represented the ultimate expression of desperation in the face of draconic dominance. This massive magical working, created through the combined efforts of surviving elven archmages and their most powerful allies, was designed to artificially induce periods of madness in all dragons, regardless of their alignment or intentions. The mythal's creators believed that periodic dragon rages would serve as a safety valve, preventing the accumulation of draconic power that might otherwise overwhelm mortal civilization entirely. The ethical implications of this magical working were staggering. The mythal represented a form of cosmic injustice that punished innocent metallic dragons alongside their evil cousins, stripping them of their rationality and forcing them to participate in the very destruction they sought to prevent. Yet its creators were driven by desperation born of genuine threat. The recognition that draconic power, left unchecked, would eventually reduce all other forms of intelligent life to subjugation or extinction. The first activation of the Dracarage mythal marked the beginning of the end for the time of dragons. The artificial madness that seized all dragonkind transformed the mighty worms from calculated threats into forces of pure chaos that attacked friend and foe alike with equal fury. The careful plans and accumulated schemes that had defined draconic civilization for millennia collapsed in the face of induced insanity that made rational thought impossible. The destruction unleashed during the first Dracarage exceeded even the worst predictions of the mythal's creators. Dragons that had spent centuries carefully cultivating their domains suddenly turned upon their own works with devastating fury. Ancient hordes accumulated over millennia were scattered or destroyed in fits of senseless rage. Political arrangements that had provided stability for entire regions collapsed as their draconic architects lost the ability to distinguish between ally and enemy. The metallic dragons suffered perhaps even more than their chromatic cousins, for their natural inclination toward protection and justice was perverted into destructive impulses that forced them to attack the very beings they had sworn to defend. The psychological trauma of being forced to participate in such destruction left permanent scars on the dragonic psyche that would influence their behavior for ages to come. As the dracarage finally subsided and rational thought returned to the surviving dragons, the worms found themselves confronting a fundamentally changed world. The era of unchallenged draconic dominance was over, replaced by a new paradigm in which dragons remained powerful but could no longer assume their authority would go unquestioned. The mortal races had demonstrated both the will and the ability to impose limitations upon even the mightiest creatures, permanently altering the balance of power that had defined the relationship between dragons and other forms of intelligent life. The aftermath of the dracarage saw the beginning of what historians would later call the Great Withdrawal. Dragons of all alignments began to retreat from direct involvement in mortal affairs, establishing lairs in remote locations where they could pursue their own interests without triggering the kind of coordinated response that had led to the creation of the dracarage mythal. This withdrawal was not mere cowardice, but a form of enlightened self-interest that recognized the changed nature of the world. The dragons had learned that absolute power, when exercised without restraint, inevitably provoked responses that could threaten even beings of their might. The lesson was bitter but necessary, that true power lay not in the ability to dominate, but in the wisdom to know when restraint served one's interests better than force. Some dragons adapted to this new reality better than others. The most intelligent among them learned to work through intermediaries and proxies, maintaining influence while avoiding the direct exposure that had made them targets during the height of draconic dominance. They established cults, sponsored heroes, and created networks of obligation that allowed them to shape events without revealing their involvement. Others retreated into complete isolation, using their vast lifespans to pursue personal interests that required no interaction with the outside world. These hermit dragons became scholars, artists or researchers whose work occasionally produced innovations that influenced the broader world, but who avoided any direct political or military involvement that might draw unwanted attention. The Dracoliches presented a special case, for their undead nature made them immune to many of the considerations that motivated living dragons. These creatures continued to pursue goals of domination and destruction, with the same relentless drive that had characterized their existence before the dracarage. But they found themselves increasingly isolated, as other dragons learned to avoid association with beings whose very existence violated natural law. The time of dragons gradually drew to a close, not through any single decisive event, but through the accumulated weight of changing circumstances that made the old order unsustainable. The rise of powerful mortal kingdoms, the development of anti-dragon magic and tactics, the trauma of the dracarage, and the simple passage of time all contributed to a transformation that relegated dragons from rulers to occasional participants in the great drama of Faerun's history. Yet the legacy of draconic dominance would endure long after the worms themselves had withdrawn from active involvement in worldly affairs. The hoards they had accumulated became sources of quests and adventures for countless generations of heroes. The knowledge they had preserved influenced the development of magic and scholarship throughout the civilized world. The bloodlines they had established through crossbreeding with mortal races created entire populations with draconic heritage, whose abilities would manifest in unexpected ways throughout history. Most importantly, the time of dragons had established certain fundamental truths about the nature of power that would continue to influence political and social development for millennia to come. The dragons had demonstrated that might alone was insufficient to maintain lasting dominion, that intelligence without wisdom led inevitably to overreach, and that even the most powerful beings remained subject to the cosmic balance that governed all existence. The age of draconic supremacy was ending, but the influence of these magnificent and terrible creatures would continue to shape Faerun's destiny in ways both subtle and profound. In the ruins of their abandoned cities, in the bloodlines of their mortal descendants, in the magical innovations they had pioneered, and in the hard-won wisdom their reign had imposed upon other races, The dragons had written themselves permanently into the fabric of the world's history. As the great worms retreated to their distant lairs, and the mortal races stepped forward to claim their own destiny, the time of dragons passed into legend. Yet legends, as any dragon could attest, possess a power of their own, the ability to inspire, to warn, and to remind future generations that even the mightiest powers are subject to the eternal cycle of rise and fall that governs all existence under the eternal watch of fate. Chapter 6. The Fall of Netheril. Pride comes before the fall, but divine pride comes before catastrophe that reshapes the very foundations of reality itself. When mortals dare to claim dominion over forces that belong properly to gods, they do not merely risk their own destruction, but threaten the cosmic order that sustains all existence. In the annals of hubris, no tale resonates with such terrible finality as that of Karsus the momentary god, whose single act of ultimate ambition brought down the greatest magical civilization the world had ever known, and forever changed the nature of magic itself. The Netherese Empire at its zenith was a wonder that defied every limitation previously thought to constrain mortal achievement. From their flying cities, the arcanists of Netheril looked down upon a world they had thoroughly mastered, their magic so advanced that it seemed to operate by principles unknown to other civilizations. They had conquered death, transcended physical limitations, and achieved a level of technological sophistication that made them the undisputed masters of their age. Yet this very mastery carried within it the seeds of dissatisfaction. The greatest among the Netherese arcanists found themselves constrained not by external enemies or natural limitations, but by the fundamental structure of magical reality itself. They had pushed their understanding of arcane principles to the very boundaries of what the weave could support, and they chafed against restrictions that seemed arbitrary and unjust to minds accustomed to unlimited achievement. At the pinnacle of this magical aristocracy stood Karsus, a man whose genius transcended every category by which arcane ability had previously been measured. Born into the highest echelons of Netherese society, he had demonstrated magical aptitude so profound that even seasoned archmages struggled to comprehend the scope of his potential. By the age when other humans were still learning basic cantrips, Karsus was already rewriting the fundamental principles underlying spellcraft itself. Karsus possessed not merely intellectual brilliance, but a form of intuitive understanding that allowed him to perceive magical patterns invisible to other minds. Where his contemporaries saw complex systems requiring careful study and gradual mastery, he saw elegant simplicities that could be manipulated through acts of pure will. His innovations in magical theory advanced the entire field by centuries within mere decades of concentrated effort. Yet Karsus also embodied the characteristic flaw that had come to define Netherese civilization: the absolute conviction that no problem existed beyond the reach of sufficiently applied magical force. He viewed the limitations imposed by divine authority not as necessary constraints maintaining cosmic balance, but as arbitrary restrictions that prevented mortal beings from achieving their full potential. The immediate crisis that would drive Karsus to his fatal decision arose from an unexpected quarter. The Faerim, aberrant creatures from deep beneath the earth, had begun to drain the weave itself in the regions surrounding Netheril. These beings possessed a form of anti-magic so powerful that it created vast dead zones where spellcasting became impossible and magical items ceased to function entirely. The threat posed by the Faerim was unlike anything the Netherese had previously encountered. Their empire depended entirely upon magical systems for everything from food production to basic transportation. The flying cities themselves were sustained by mythals of such complexity that their failure would result in catastrophic destruction on a scale that would dwarf any previous disaster in recorded history. Traditional military responses proved completely ineffective against creatures whose very presence negated the magical advantages that had made Netherese forces invincible. Conventional weapons could barely scratch beings whose alien physiology operated according to principles that defied mortal understanding. Worse still, The Pharim seemed to grow stronger with each magical attack directed against them, absorbing arcane energy to fuel their own incomprehensible purposes. As the crisis deepened and conventional solutions proved inadequate, Karsus began to contemplate responses that previous generations of arcanists would have dismissed as impossible. His studies of the fundamental nature of magical reality had revealed certain truths about the relationship between divine and mortal magic that suggested possibilities beyond anything previously attempted. Karsus had discovered that the power of the gods themselves was not qualitatively different from mortal magic, but was simply magic, wielded with absolute authority and unlimited access to the weave's deepest reserves. If a mortal could somehow claim divine authority over magic itself, that mortal would possess the power necessary to resolve any crisis, no matter how severe. The spell that Karsus developed to achieve this goal represented the ultimate expression of Netheril's magical philosophy. Rather than working within the established boundaries that separated mortal and divine spheres of influence, his magic sought to completely obliterate those boundaries. The incantation he crafted was designed not merely to grant him temporary divine power, but to permanently transfer the entire portfolio of magic from its current divine guardian to himself. Netheril, the goddess of magic, existed as the living embodiment of the weave itself. She was not merely the patron deity of spellcasters, but the fundamental principle that made all magic possible. Her consciousness regulated the flow of arcane energy throughout reality, maintaining the delicate balance between order and chaos that prevented magical forces from spiraling out of control. Karsus understood these facts in an abstract sense, but his mortal perspective prevented him from truly comprehending their implications. He saw Netheril as simply another magical entity whose power could be claimed through sufficient knowledge and will. He failed to recognize that she was not merely the ruler of magic but its very foundation, that her destruction would not transfer her authority, but would instead collapse the entire magical framework upon which reality depended. The ritual Karsus performed to claim divine authority was a working of such scope and complexity that it required the combined resources of multiple flying cities to complete. Dozens of archmages contributed their power to the great working, believing they were participating in the ultimate triumph of Netheril's civilization. The magical energies involved in the casting were so vast that they created observable phenomena across half the continent. For one brief, shining moment, Karsus achieved his goal. The spell succeeded beyond his wildest dreams, granting him not merely access to divine power, but actual godhood itself. In that instant of ultimate triumph, he became Karsus the momentary god, wielder of absolute authority over all magical forces throughout existence. Yet triumph lasted only as long as comprehension required. As divine awareness flooded through his consciousness, Karsus finally understood the true magnitude of what he had attempted. Netheril was not simply a goddess who happened to rule over magic. She was the living foundation that made magic possible. Her consciousness had been integrated into the fundamental structure of reality itself, regulating forces too complex and dangerous for any single mind to control. The moment Karsus claimed her power, that regulatory function ceased to exist. Across the entire world, magical energies that had been carefully balanced for millennia suddenly ran wild. The weave itself began to unravel, as the consciousness that had maintained its stability was torn away by a mortal mind, unprepared for the cosmic responsibilities that divine authority entailed. Karsus found himself experiencing not merely the power of a goddess, but the crushing weight of maintaining magical balance across an entire reality. Every spell being cast by every creature throughout existence suddenly became his direct responsibility. Every magical item, every enchantment, every working of arcane force throughout the cosmos demanded his immediate attention and conscious regulation. The human mind, no matter how brilliant, was simply not designed to process such vast quantities of information simultaneously. Karsus's consciousness, stretched beyond all possible limits, began to fragment under the impossible burden he had assumed. He could feel his sanity dissolving as divine responsibilities exceeded every capacity for comprehension or control. In desperation, Karsus attempted to reverse his spell and return Mistril's power to its rightful owner. But the damage had already been done. The goddess's consciousness had been so thoroughly integrated with the structure of magical reality that her destruction could not be undone through simple reversal. Mistral was gone forever, her essence scattered across the cosmic winds by forces that no mortal magic could recall or restore. As the implications of his actions became clear, Karsus made the only choice available to a mind finally awakened to the true scope of its error. Rather than cling to stolen power that would inevitably destroy, not merely himself but the entire fabric of existence, he chose to sacrifice his own divine essence to prevent complete magical catastrophe. Karsus's sacrifice succeeded in stabilizing the immediate crisis, but it could not repair the fundamental damage his spell had caused. The weave, deprived of its guiding consciousness, collapsed into chaotic patterns that made controlled spellcasting impossible. Across the world, magical energies ran wild, creating zones of unpredictable effect, where reality operated according to no consistent principles. The flying cities of Netheril, deprived of the magical support that had kept them aloft for centuries, began to fall from the sky like stones cast by angry gods. Each city's destruction created catastrophes that would be remembered as singular disasters in any other age, but during Karsus's folly, they were merely individual notes in a symphony of destruction that encompassed an entire civilization. Thultanthar, greatest of the flying cities, attempted to escape destruction by translating itself into the Shadowfell moments, before the weave's collapse made such transportation impossible. The city survived, but its inhabitants found themselves trapped in a realm of eternal twilight where they would endure for millennia, slowly transforming into something no longer entirely human. Other cities fell to earth with impacts that reshaped geography across vast regions. The Anorok Desert was born from the magical devastation that accompanied these falling metropolises. Its sand formed from the pulverized remains of architectural wonders that had once defined the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Where flying cities struck the ground, they created craters so deep that they exposed layers of rock laid down during the world's formation. The survivors of Netheril's fall found themselves scattered across a world where magic itself had become unreliable and dangerous. The carefully ordered society that had depended upon magical solutions for every problem collapsed into chaos, as basic survival became more important than arcane achievement. Those who had lived their entire lives in floating palaces suddenly found themselves earthbound refugees, struggling to master such mundane skills as farming and manual labor. Yet, from the ashes of destruction, new possibilities began to emerge. Maestra, the reborn goddess of magic, arose to take Mistril's place as guardian of the weave. Unlike her predecessor, Maestra understood the dangers that unchecked magical ambition could pose to cosmic stability. She imposed new limitations on mortal spellcasting, creating barriers that would prevent any future repetition of Karsus's folly. The spell that Karsus had used to claim divine authority was banned absolutely, its very existence erased from magical knowledge. No mortal would ever again be permitted to attempt the kind of direct assault on divine power that had brought down Netheril. Magic itself was restructured to include safeguards that would prevent such dangerous innovation. These restrictions were not mere divine caprice, but necessary protections for the stability of existence itself. Mistra recognized that the power to reshape reality carried with it responsibilities that mortal minds were fundamentally unprepared to handle. The new limitations she imposed would frustrate future generations of ambitious spellcasters, but they also ensured that magical innovation would never again threaten the basic structure of reality. The survivors of Netheril adapted to these new restrictions with varying degrees of success. Some abandoned magic entirely, founding communities that deliberately rejected arcane knowledge in favor of more traditional approaches to civilization. Others worked within the new limitations to rebuild their magical traditions, accepting that their achievements would never again reach the heights that had defined their lost empire. A few among the survivors refused to accept the new order that Mistra had imposed upon magical reality. These rebels sought ways to circumvent divine restrictions through innovation and determination, believing that the fall of Netheril represented not a just punishment for overreach, but an unjust limitation imposed by jealous gods upon mortal potential. The most determined of these rebels eventually discovered methods for preserving and passing on forbidden knowledge despite divine prohibition. They established secret traditions that would endure for millennia, waiting for opportunities to restore the kind of unrestricted magical experimentation that had characterized Netheril's golden age. The Shadowvar of Thultanthar, transformed by their long exile in the Shadowfell, eventually found ways to return to the material plane. Their reappearance after millennia of absence brought with it both the promise of restored Netherese knowledge and the threat of renewed magical hubris unchecked by the wisdom that their exile should have provided. The fall of Netheril marked the end of an age in which mortal ambition had seemed capable of achieving anything through sufficient application of magical force. The new era that dawned in its wake was characterized by humility rather than hubris, by respect for limitations rather than contempt for boundaries, and by recognition that some powers belonged properly to gods rather than mortals. Yet the legacy of Nethere's achievement could not be entirely erased. Hidden caches of magical knowledge survived the Empire's fall, waiting to be discovered by future generations. The magical innovations pioneered by Nethere's arcanists continued to influence spellcrafting development throughout the civilized world. Most importantly, the example of what mortals could achieve when they dared to reach beyond conventional limitations continued to inspire ambitious individuals throughout history. The ruins scattered across the Anarok Desert became pilgrimage sites for those seeking to understand the true costs of unchecked ambition. In these desolate places, where magical radiation still warped reality according to principles beyond mortal comprehension, visitors could contemplate the terrible price of power pursued without wisdom. Karsus himself became a figure of legend, whose story served as both inspiration and warning for future generations. His achievement in actually claiming godhood, however briefly, demonstrated that mortal will could indeed transcend any limitation when properly applied. Yet his ultimate fate served as an eternal reminder that some victories come at prices too terrible to be borne. The spell that bore his name was remembered not as a magical innovation, but as a cautionary tale about the dangers of pride unchecked by humility. The very mention of Karsus's folly became a shorthand reference for any attempt to achieve goals through means that exceeded the achiever's wisdom to control. As the immediate aftermath of Netheril's fall gave way to the longer process of rebuilding civilization under new constraints, the world slowly learned to adapt to a magical reality governed by divine wisdom rather than mortal ambition. The age of unlimited magical experimentation was over, replaced by an era in which arcane achievement would always remain subject to higher authority. Yet in that subjection lay a different kind of strength, the recognition that true power came not from the ability to break cosmic law, but from the wisdom to work within it. The fall of Netheril had taught the world that even the greatest achievements were meaningless if they came at the cost of the very foundations upon which all achievement depended. In the end, Karsus's folly accomplished exactly the opposite of what its creator had intended. Instead of freeing mortal magic from divine restriction, it had demonstrated why such restrictions were necessary. Instead of proving mortal superiority over divine authority, it had revealed the cosmic responsibilities that made godhood a burden rather than a privilege. Instead of achieving immortal glory, it had secured for its perpetrator a place in history as the man whose moment of ultimate triumph became the instrument of civilization's ultimate fall. The lesson inscribed in stone and spell across the ruins of the greatest magical empire in history remained clear for all who possessed the wisdom to read it: that power without wisdom is destruction, that achievement without humility is catastrophe, and that the reach of mortal ambition must always remain tempered by recognition of forces greater than any individual will. Chapter 7. The Founding of Nations. From the ashes of fallen empires, New dreams take root in soil enriched by the decay of ancient ambitions. When the mighty fall, they create vacuums that draw forth hidden strengths from unexpected quarters, proving that the collapse of one age merely sets the stage for the birth of another. In the wake of Netheril's catastrophic destruction, as magical civilization lay shattered across the wounded landscape of Faerun, ordinary mortals stepped forward to claim a destiny their predecessors had never imagined possible. The chance to build lasting kingdoms founded not upon arcane supremacy, but upon the eternal human virtues of courage, wisdom, and the indomitable will to endure. The world that emerged from the magical catastrophe of Karsus's folly bore little resemblance to the reality that had existed before. Where flying cities had once drifted through pristine skies, the Anorok desert stretched like an open wound across the northern reaches of the continent. Where carefully maintained magical systems had once provided every necessity of civilized life, scattered survivors struggled to master the mundane arts of agriculture, craftsmanship, and governance that their ancestors had abandoned in favor of arcane solutions. Yet, in this apparent defeat lay the seeds of unprecedented opportunity. The destruction of Netheril had removed the single greatest concentration of magical power from the world, creating space for new forms of civilization to develop according to their own principles, rather than existing in the shadow of overwhelming arcane supremacy. For the first time in millennia, human destiny would be shaped not by the ambitions of godlike arcanists, but by the dreams and struggles of ordinary mortals, whose power lay not in spell formulae, but in the ancient strengths of the human heart. In the forested valleys south of the expanding Anorok, a collection of farming communities began to coalesce around shared needs and common dangers. These settlements had originally been established as agricultural centers to supply the floating cities with food and raw materials, their inhabitants living simple lives dedicated to the practical arts of cultivation and animal husbandry. When the magical empire that had given their existence meaning suddenly vanished in catastrophic flames, these communities found themselves forced to become something they had never intended to be, the foundation stones of a new kingdom. The man who would unite these scattered settlements into the realm that history would know as Cormyr was Fereldan Obarskir, a farmer's son, whose only claim to nobility lay in his willingness to accept responsibility for the welfare of others. Fereldan possessed neither magical talent nor aristocratic heritage, but he carried within him the kind of practical wisdom that emerges from lives spent in close contact with the fundamental realities of existence. The knowledge that seeds must be planted in season, that harvests require patient labor, and that communities survive only through the willingness of individuals to place collective welfare above personal convenience. The founding of Cormyr began not with grand declarations or military conquest, but with the simple recognition that isolated communities could not survive the dangers that threatened them individually. Orc raids from the northern mountains, bandit gangs operating from hidden strongholds, and the various magical disasters spawned by Netheril's collapse all posed threats that exceeded the capacity of any single settlement to address. Fereldan's genius lay not in magical innovation, but in his ability to convince his neighbors that cooperation offered better prospects for survival than stubborn independence. The early years of what would become the Kingdom of Cormyr were characterized by an almost deliberate rejection of the magical grandeur that had defined the previous age. The Obarskir dynasty that Fereldan established made a conscious choice to base their authority not upon arcane power, but upon the consent of the governed, earned through demonstrated competence in the practical arts of leadership. They built their capital city of Suzail, not as a monument to royal ambition, but as a center of trade and governance, designed to serve the needs of a predominantly agricultural population. This pragmatic approach to kingship proved remarkably effective in an age when magical solutions to political problems were no longer available. The early rulers of Cormyr succeeded by mastering the ancient arts of diplomacy, military organization, and economic management that had been neglected during Netheril's age of arcane supremacy. They established institutions designed to function without magical support, creating systems of governance that could endure even if every spellcaster in the kingdom suddenly vanished. The Purple Dragons, Cormor's legendary military force embodied this practical philosophy in their very structure and training. Rather than relying upon magical enhancement or arcane weapons, they developed tactical doctrines based upon discipline, coordination, and the intelligent use of conventional arms. Their success in establishing Cormor's borders and defending them against external threats demonstrated that mortal courage and professional competence could achieve results that matched anything produced by magical means. As Cormor grew in strength and influence, its example inspired similar developments throughout the region. The merchant houses that had once served as intermediaries between Netheril's floating cities and earthbound suppliers found themselves with unprecedented opportunities to establish their own centers of power. The most successful of these commercial enterprises eventually coalesced into the mercantile oligarchy that would become known as Sembia. Sembia's founding differed fundamentally from Cormor's agricultural origins, reflecting the commercial instincts of people whose lives had been spent in the pursuit of profit rather than the cultivation of land. Where Cormor emphasized stability and tradition, Sembia embraced innovation and competition as the driving forces of social development. The Sembian approach to governance reflected their commercial background, treating the state itself as a business enterprise whose success should be measured by its ability to generate prosperity for its citizens. The merchant princes who established Sembia's ruling oligarchy understood that sustainable prosperity required more than simple accumulation of wealth. They invested heavily in infrastructure projects that would facilitate trade, establishing road networks, harbor facilities, and market centers that served not merely their own interests, but the broader needs of regional commerce. Their capital city of Orgelin became a hub of commercial activity that attracted traders from across Faerun, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that contrasted sharply with Cormor's more insular agricultural traditions. Yet for all their commercial acumen, the founders of Sembia never lost sight of the fundamental lesson taught by Netheril's fall, that power based solely upon the accumulation of resources, whether magical or material, remained vulnerable to circumstances beyond any individual's control. They deliberately structured their society to distribute wealth and authority broadly rather than concentrating it in the hands of a few supremely powerful individuals, creating a system that could survive the loss of any particular leader or commercial enterprise. Further north, in the forested valleys between the expanding Anorok and the ancient elven realm of Cormon Thyr, another form of human civilization was taking shape according to entirely different principles. The Dale lands emerged not from any single act of founding, but from the gradual recognition that certain communities had achieved something precious and rare: the ability to govern themselves according to principles of mutual respect and voluntary cooperation. The settlements that would become the Dales had originally been established through agreements with the elves of Cormanthyr, who granted humans the right to clear and cultivate specific areas in exchange for assistance in defending the broader region against various threats. These communities developed traditions of self-governance that emphasized individual initiative balanced by collective responsibility, creating a form of democracy that differed markedly from both Cormor's monarchical system and Sembia's commercial oligarchy. Each Dale maintained its own distinct character and institutions, while participating in a loose confederation that could coordinate responses to threats requiring collective action. Shadowdale became known for its scholarly pursuits and magical research, conducted according to principles far more conservative than those that had characterized Netheril. Missile Dale specialized in agriculture and animal husbandry, developing techniques that maximized productivity while maintaining environmental sustainability. Deepingdale focused on forestry and wilderness skills, maintaining the delicate balance between human needs and the natural systems that supported all life in the region. The Dale Land's greatest achievement lay not in any single accomplishment, but in their demonstration that human civilization could flourish without the centralized authority structures that had characterized previous ages. Their success proved that ordinary people, given appropriate institutions and sufficient freedom to pursue their own interests, could create communities that were both prosperous and stable without requiring either magical enhancement or authoritarian control. Perhaps the most remarkable example of post-Netherese nation-building emerged on the western coast of Faerun, where the settlement that would become Waterdeep began as little more than a fortified trading post established to facilitate commerce between the various peoples of the region. The site chosen for this settlement possessed natural advantages that made it ideal for developing into a major commercial center. A deep, well-protected harbor, access to both land and sea trade routes, and a location that placed it at the crossroads of multiple regional trade networks. The early rulers of Waterdeep understood that their city's prosperity depended upon its ability to attract and retain the loyalty of diverse populations, with often conflicting interests. Rather than attempting to impose a single cultural standard upon all residents, they developed governmental institutions that could accommodate the needs of humans, elves, dwarves, halflings, and other races within a single political framework. This cosmopolitan approach created a unique urban culture that combined elements from multiple traditions while maintaining its own distinct character. The Lords of Waterdeep, whose identities remained hidden behind masks and whose authority derived from demonstrated competence rather than hereditary privilege, embodied a new form of leadership that prioritized effective governance over personal aggrandizement. Their success in transforming a minor trading post into one of the most important cities in Faerun demonstrated that political innovation could achieve results that matched the greatest accomplishments of magical empire building. Waterdeep's growth into the City of Splendors reflected not magical transformation, but the accumulated efforts of countless individuals pursuing their own goals within institutions that channeled personal ambition toward collective benefit. The city's magnificent architecture, its thriving commercial districts, and its cultural sophistication all emerged organically from the interactions between free individuals operating within a legal framework that protected their rights while encouraging cooperation. As these new nations established themselves and began to interact with one another, they created a political landscape unlike anything that had existed during the age of magical supremacy. Rather than being dominated by single overwhelming powers like the Netherese Empire or the ancient elven kingdoms, the post-catastrophe world was characterized by multiple centers of authority, each with its own strengths and limitations, each forced to engage with its neighbors through diplomacy rather than simple domination. This new political environment fostered innovations in statecraft that would influence the development of civilization for millennia to come. The necessity of negotiating with equals rather than commanding inferiors led to the development of sophisticated diplomatic protocols, international law, and commercial agreements that created stable frameworks for peaceful interaction between different political systems. The establishment of trade routes connecting these emerging nations created economic networks that transcended political boundaries, demonstrating that prosperity could be achieved through cooperation rather than conquest. The success of these commercial relationships provided practical incentives for maintaining peaceful relations, even when political tensions might otherwise have led to conflict. Yet the founders of these new nations never forgot the lessons taught by their predecessors' failures. They remained acutely aware that sustainable power required more than military strength or economic prosperity. It demanded the kind of wisdom that could balance competing interests without resorting to the absolutist solutions that had characterized previous ages. The constitutional frameworks developed by these emerging nations reflected hard-won understanding of the relationship between authority and responsibility. Unlike the god-emperors of Netheril, who had claimed absolute power without accepting corresponding obligations to their subjects, the new rulers understood that legitimate authority derived from the consent of the governed and could be maintained only through demonstrated competence in serving the public interest. This recognition led to the development of governmental institutions designed to limit the concentration of power, while ensuring that necessary decisions could be made and implemented effectively. The balance between central authority and local autonomy that characterized these new political systems represented a revolutionary departure from the imperial models that had dominated previous civilizations. The military organizations developed by these nations similarly reflected the lessons learned from observing the rise and fall of magical empires. Rather than relying upon overwhelming individual power to achieve victory, they emphasized coordination, discipline, and tactical innovation as the keys to military success. Their armies proved effective, not because they possessed magical advantages, but because they were organized according to principles that maximized the contribution of every individual soldier. The cultural achievements of these emerging nations demonstrated that human creativity could flourish without magical enhancement when provided with appropriate institutions and sufficient freedom. The literature, art, architecture, and music produced during this period reflected themes of hope, renewal, and human dignity that contrasted sharply with the grandiose but ultimately hollow spectacles that had characterized Netheril's cultural productions. As the new nations matured and their institutions proved their effectiveness, they began to attract immigrants from across Faerun, who sought opportunities for advancement that were unavailable in their places of origin. This influx of diverse populations brought new ideas, skills, and perspectives that enriched the cultural life of these communities, while creating challenges that required innovative solutions. The success of these post-Netherese nations in integrating diverse populations while maintaining social cohesion demonstrated that human civilization could achieve remarkable results when it embraced cooperation rather than domination as its organizing principle. Their example inspired similar developments throughout Faerun, contributing to an age of political innovation that produced governmental forms more sophisticated and effective than anything previously achieved. The trade networks that connected these nations gradually expanded to encompass the entire known world, creating economic relationships that made war increasingly costly and peace increasingly profitable. The prosperity generated by these commercial connections provided the resources necessary for cultural and technological advancement that improved the quality of life for ordinary citizens rather than merely enhancing the power of ruling elites. Yet perhaps the most significant achievement of this age of nation-building lay not in any particular political or economic innovation, but in the demonstration that human beings could create lasting institutions without sacrificing their essential humanity. Unlike the arcanists of Netheril, who had gradually transformed themselves into something beyond mortal comprehension, the founders of these new nations remained recognizably human while achieving greatness that equaled anything accomplished by their magically enhanced predecessors. The kingdoms, principalities, and city-states that emerged from Netheril's ashes proved that sustainable civilization required not the transcendence of human limitations, but their wise acceptance and skillful management. By working within rather than against the constraints imposed by mortal nature, these communities achieved a form of greatness that was both more modest and more enduring than the spectacular, but ultimately self-destructive achievements of the magical age. As the immediate crisis of post-catastrophe rebuilding gave way to the longer process of consolidation and expansion, these new nations began to face challenges that would test the viability of their innovative institutions. The pressure of external threats, the temptation of territorial expansion, and the eternal human tendencies toward corruption and abuse of power all posed dangers that required constant vigilance to prevent. Yet the foundations laid by the first generation of post-Netherese leaders proved remarkably durable, providing frameworks for governance that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The constitutional principles, diplomatic protocols, and cultural traditions established during this formative period would continue to influence political development for centuries to come. The founding of nations in the wake of Netheril's fall marked the beginning of an end-eb chapter in human history, one characterized not by the pursuit of godlike power, but by the patient cultivation of wisdom, not by the transcendence of mortal limitations, but by their creative acceptance, and not by the domination of nature, but by harmonious cooperation with the forces that sustain all life. In choosing humility over hubris, these communities achieved a form of greatness that was both more sustainable and more genuinely human than anything their predecessors had accomplished through magical means. Chapter 8. The Time of Troubles. When gods walk among mortals, the very foundations of reality tremble beneath feet that were never meant to touch earthly soil. Divine intervention in mortal affairs is catastrophic enough when conducted from celestial realms, but when the barriers between heaven and earth collapse entirely, the resulting chaos transcends every category of disaster that mortal minds can comprehend. In the year that mortals would remember as 1358 Dale Reckoning, the cosmic order had governed existence since the dawn of creation, shattered like glass beneath the weight of divine ambition, unchecked by wisdom, plunging both gods and mortals into a crisis that would forever alter the relationship between the earthly and the eternal. The crisis that would become known as the Time of Troubles began not with any single act of rebellion, but with the gradual accumulation of divine discontent that had been building for millennia. The gods, bound by ancient compacts and cosmic law to maintain the balance between order and chaos, had grown increasingly frustrated with limitations that prevented them from pursuing their individual visions of perfection. Each deity possessed the power to remake reality according to their will, yet all remained constrained by the need to cooperate with their divine peers in maintaining the stability of existence itself. At the heart of this growing tension stood Ao, the overgod, whose absolute authority over the divine hierarchy had gone unchallenged since the beginning of time. Ao's role was not to rule the gods in any conventional sense, but to maintain the cosmic balance that made their individual domains possible. The overgod existed beyond the concepts of worship or personal relationship, serving as the ultimate guarantor that divine power would never be exercised in ways that threatened the fundamental structure of reality. Yet even Ao was not immune to the corrupting influence of absolute power. The overgod's detachment from mortal affairs, originally intended as a safeguard against favoritism or excessive intervention, had gradually evolved into a form of cosmic indifference that failed to recognize the growing instability within the divine ranks. The ancient systems of divine governance, designed for an age when gods were content with their assigned roles, had become inadequate to address the ambitions of deities who increasingly viewed their traditional limitations as arbitrary constraints rather than necessary boundaries. The immediate trigger for the crisis came from an unexpected quarter: the theft of the Tablets of Fate, artifacts that contained the fundamental laws governing divine authority and responsibility. These tablets, stored within Ao's personal realm and protected by wards that should have made theft impossible, represented the constitutional foundation upon which all divine power rested. Their disappearance created a legal vacuum that called into question the legitimacy of every god's authority. The theft itself was not the work of any external enemy, but the result of conspiracy among the gods themselves. Bane, the deity of tyranny and strife, had secretly allied with Merkel, god of death, to steal the tablets and use them to reshape the divine hierarchy according to their own ambitions. Their plot represented not merely an attempt at personal advancement, but a fundamental challenge to the cosmic order that had governed existence since creation. Bane's motivation was characteristically straightforward. He sought to eliminate the restrictions that prevented him from exercising absolute dominion over all aspects of existence. The Lord of Darkness envisioned a reality where every other deity served his will, and every mortal being acknowledged his supremacy. The Tablets of Fate, if properly manipulated, could rewrite the basic laws of divine authority to make such a transformation possible. Merkel's goals were more subtle, but equally destructive. The Lord of Bones understood that death was the one experience that ultimately claimed all beings, mortal and divine alike. He sought to use the tablets to extend his authority beyond the moment of death itself, transforming the afterlife from a realm of divine reward and punishment into a kingdom of absolute darkness, where his will alone determined the fate of every soul. The alliance between these two deities represented a perfect synthesis of their complementary ambitions. Bane provided the raw power and direct approach necessary to steal the tablets, while Merkel contributed the subtlety and long-term planning required to manipulate their contents without triggering immediate divine retaliation. Together, they believed they could accomplish what neither could achieve individually: the complete transformation of cosmic order, according to their shared vision of absolute domination. When Ao discovered the theft, the Overgod's response was swift and terrible beyond mortal comprehension. Rather than attempting to identify the specific culprits through investigation or negotiation, Ao chose to punish the entire divine hierarchy for their collective failure to maintain cosmic order. The sentence pronounced upon the gods was unprecedented in its severity: banishment from their celestial realms, until the tablets could be recovered and the guilty parties identified. This divine exile was not mere separation from heavenly comfort, but transformation that stripped the gods of many of the attributes that defined their essential nature. Cast down from their planes of power, the deities found themselves constrained by many of the same limitations that governed mortal existence. They required physical forms to interact with the material world, suffered injury and pain when subjected to violence, and discovered that their divine powers operated according to rules far more restrictive than anything they had previously experienced. The gods' arrival on the material plane created immediate chaos that exceeded every disaster in recorded history. Divine beings whose very presence had previously been filtered through layers of cosmic mediation now walked among mortals without any such protection. The results were catastrophic on a scale that defied rational understanding: spontaneous transformations, reality storms, and localized breakdowns of natural law that turned entire regions into surreal landscapes where normal existence became impossible. Maestra, the goddess of magic, found herself particularly vulnerable to the restrictions imposed by mortal existence. Her divine essence was so thoroughly integrated with the weave itself that physical incarnation created unprecedented instability in magical systems throughout the world. Spells failed without warning, magical items ceased to function, and areas of wild magic appeared spontaneously wherever her avatar traveled. The goddess's struggle to maintain magical stability, while trapped in mortal form, demonstrated the fundamental incompatibility between divine consciousness and earthly existence. Her attempts to regulate the weave from within the material plane created feedback loops that threatened to tear apart the fabric of magical reality entirely. The crisis reached its peak when her physical form was destroyed in battle, an event that should have been impossible, but which the restrictions of mortal incarnation made tragically real. The death of Mystra sent shockwaves through both divine and mortal realms that fundamentally altered the nature of magic itself. Without her consciousness to guide and regulate magical forces, the weave began to operate according to principles that no longer reflected divine will but instead followed patterns determined by the chaotic interactions between conflicting magical energies. This transformation created opportunities for mortal spellcasters to achieve unprecedented power, while simultaneously making magic far more dangerous and unpredictable than it had ever been before. Some mortals found themselves able to wield energies that approached divine levels of potency, while others discovered that spells they had relied upon for decades suddenly turned against them with devastating effect. The most dramatic example of this magical instability was the emergence of new deities from among the mortal population. Cyric, a mortal adventurer whose ambitions matched those of any god, managed to claim portions of the divine portfolios left vacant by the various crises afflicting the imprisoned pantheon. His ascension to godhood represented not promotion through divine grace, but seizure of power through naked ambition and superior cunning. Cyric's transformation from mortal thief to god of murder, lies, and strife embodied the chaos that characterized the entire time of troubles. His ascension was achieved not through wisdom, virtue, or any quality that might justify divine authority, but through his willingness to embrace the violence and deception necessary to claim power that rightfully belonged to others. The fact that such a being could successfully achieve godhood demonstrated how thoroughly the normal order of existence had been disrupted. The new god's first acts of divine authority revealed the dangers inherent in granting cosmic power to beings whose mortal origins had not prepared them for the responsibilities that accompanied such authority. Cyric used his newfound abilities not to serve any greater good, but to pursue personal vendettas and satisfy appetites that had been constrained by his former mortality. His reign of terror across multiple planes of existence created suffering on a scale that exceeded anything produced by the original conspiracy that had triggered the crisis. Meanwhile, other mortals found themselves elevated to divine status through circumstances beyond their control or intention. Kelenvor, a warrior whose life had been defined by his struggle against an ancestral curse, became the new god of death when Merkel's mortal form was finally destroyed. Unlike Cyric, Kelenvor approached his divine responsibilities with the same sense of duty that had characterized his mortal existence, but even his good intentions could not fully compensate for his lack of preparation for cosmic authority. The elevation of mortals to divine status while established gods remained trapped in mortal forms created a complete inversion of the normal relationship between earthly and heavenly authority. Divine power was being wielded by beings whose mortal origins made them vulnerable to the same passions and limitations that divine authority was meant to transcend, while cosmic wisdom accumulated over eons was trapped within physical forms that prevented its effective application. This paradoxical situation reached its most extreme expression in the wandering of various avatars across the material plane. These divine manifestations, separated from their celestial power bases and forced to rely upon mortal allies for basic survival, found themselves experiencing existence from perspectives they had never previously encountered. Some gods discovered empathy for mortal suffering that their eternal detachment had previously made impossible, while others were driven to greater extremes of cruelty by frustration with limitations they had never before experienced. The search for the stolen tablets of fate became a quest that transformed both the hunters and the hunted. The conspiracy that had originally stolen the artifacts began to unravel under the pressure of their earthly exile, as Bane and Merkel discovered that their alliance was held together more by shared ambition than by genuine trust or compatibility of purpose. Bane's straightforward approach to domination clashed increasingly with Merkel's preference for subtle manipulation, creating tensions that eventually erupted into open conflict between the two conspirators. Their battles, fought with divine power constrained by mortal limitations, created devastation that scarred entire regions, while failing to achieve decisive victory for either combatant. The resolution of the crisis came not through the triumph of good over evil, or the restoration of the previous divine order, but through the intervention of mortal heroes whose actions demonstrated that earthly courage and wisdom could influence cosmic events. The recovery of the tablets of fate was accomplished not by the gods themselves, but by mortals whose quest revealed the fundamental interconnection between divine and earthly affairs. When the tablets were finally returned to Ao, the Overgod's judgment reflected hard-won understanding of the flaws that had made the original crisis possible. Rather than simply restoring the previous system of divine governance, Ao instituted reforms designed to prevent future repetitions of the same fundamental errors. The new cosmic order placed greater emphasis on divine accountability and established mechanisms for ensuring that divine power would be exercised in ways that served the broader interests of existence, rather than merely the personal ambitions of individual deities. The gods who survived the time of troubles found themselves operating under new restrictions that required them to maintain closer connections with their mortal followers. Divine power was no longer independent of earthly worship but became dependent upon the faith and devotion of mortal believers. This transformation created a form of cosmic democracy that made gods accountable to their followers in ways that had never previously existed. The new Mistra who emerged from the crisis embodied this transformed relationship between divine and mortal authority. Unlike her predecessor, whose divine consciousness had operated in isolation from earthly concerns, the reborn goddess of magic maintained direct awareness of how her decisions affected mortal spellcasters. This connection ensured that magical innovation would proceed according to principles that balanced divine wisdom with mortal needs. The aftermath of the time of troubles saw the emergence of new forms of religious devotion that reflected the changed relationship between gods and mortals. Faith became less a matter of distant reverence and more a form of active partnership, with mortal worshippers understanding that their devotion directly influenced their deity's ability to provide divine assistance. This transformation had profound implications for the development of mortal civilization. Religious institutions became more responsive to their followers' needs, while theological doctrine evolved to emphasize the reciprocal obligations that bound gods and mortals together. The result was a more dynamic and practical approach to spiritual matters that made religion more relevant to daily life, while maintaining its connection to eternal truths. The political ramifications of divine transformation extended throughout the mortal world as rulers and institutions struggled to adapt to new realities. The knowledge that gods could be held accountable for their actions encouraged more assertive approaches to divine worship, while the example of mortals achieving godhood inspired new forms of political ambition that transcended traditional categories. Yet, perhaps the most significant legacy of the time of troubles lay in its demonstration that the relationship between divine and mortal authority was not fixed, but could be transformed through crisis and resolution. The events of 1358 Dale Reckoning proved that even cosmic law could be changed when circumstances required such transformation, establishing precedents that would influence the development of both divine and mortal institutions for millennia to come. As the immediate crisis subsided and new patterns of divine governance established themselves, the world that emerged from the time of troubles bore the permanent imprint of the catastrophe that had created it. The barriers between divine and mortal authority had been forever weakened, creating possibilities for interaction and mutual influence that previous ages had never imagined. The scars left by divine conflict served as permanent reminders that cosmic order was not invulnerable, but required constant maintenance and periodic renewal to remain viable. The places where gods had walked and fought became pilgrimage sites that attracted visitors seeking to understand the true nature of divine power and its relationship to mortal existence. Most importantly, the time of troubles had demonstrated that change, even catastrophic change, could ultimately serve beneficial purposes when it forced necessary adaptations that might otherwise never have occurred. The cosmic order that emerged from the crisis was more complex and dynamic than its predecessor, but it was also more responsive to the needs of those who lived under its authority. The time of troubles had ended, but its effects would continue to resonate through every aspect of existence, ensuring that neither gods nor mortals would ever again take for granted the stability of the cosmic order that governed their shared reality. In learning that even divine authority could be challenged and transformed, both earthly and heavenly beings had gained new appreciation for the delicate balance that made civilized existence possible. Chapter 9. The War of the Silver Marches. In the eternal struggle between civilization and savagery, there come moments when the accumulated hatred of ages erupts into conflicts that threaten to undo centuries of patient progress with a single catastrophic reversal. The forces of darkness gather their strength in hidden places, nursing ancient grievances and plotting revenge against those who have dared to build something beautiful in a world that seems naturally inclined toward destruction. Not such forces finally emerge from their strongholds. They bring with them not merely the threat of military defeat, but the specter of complete cultural annihilation, the reduction of all that mortals have achieved to ash and memory beneath the relentless advance of primal fury. In the northern reaches of Faerun, where the great cities of Silvery Moon, Sundabar, and Mithril Hall stood as beacons of learning and prosperity amid the harsh wilderness, such a moment of ultimate testing arrived in the form of the largest orc confederation in recorded history. The War of the Silver Marches, as it would come to be known, represented more than mere territorial conquest. It was nothing less than an attempt to reverse the entire course of civilized development in the region, returning vast swaths of settled land to the primordial chaos, from which patient human effort had only recently reclaimed them. The origins of this catastrophic conflict lay buried in the deep places of the earth, where the scattered orc tribes of the region had been driven by successive waves of human and dwarven expansion. For generations, these brutal peoples had been forced to retreat ever deeper into the mountains and caverns that offered refuge from the advancing tide of civilization. Their traditional way of life, based upon raiding and pillaging more prosperous neighbors, had become increasingly difficult to maintain as organized military forces learned to counter their tactics. Yet isolation had not bred resignation among the orc clans, but rather a festering resentment that grew more virulent with each passing year. In the deepest caves and most remote mountain strongholds, orc shamans and war chiefs nursed dreams of vengeance that took on mythic proportions. They spoke of a great reckoning when the green tide would sweep down from the mountains to reclaim what they considered their ancestral inheritance, the right to take whatever they desired from those too weak to defend it. The catalyst that transformed these dark dreams into terrible reality came in the form of an orc chieftain, whose vision of conquest exceeded anything his people had previously imagined. King Obuld, Many Arrows possessed not merely the physical might and tactical cunning that characterized successful orc leaders, but a form of strategic intelligence that allowed him to see beyond the immediate gratification of raid and pillage toward the greater satisfaction of permanent dominion. Obuld's genius lay in his recognition that the orcs' greatest weakness was also their potential strength, their inability to cooperate for extended periods without devolving into internecine conflict. Previous orc invasions had failed, not because of inferior numbers or fighting ability, but because of the inevitable fragmentation that occurred when various tribal leaders began to compete for supremacy within their own ranks. Obuld understood that lasting conquest required not merely temporary alliance, but fundamental transformation of orc culture itself. The king's solution to this ancient problem was characteristically brutal, but undeniably effective. Rather than attempting to negotiate cooperation between existing tribal hierarchies, he systematically eliminated every potential rival through a combination of direct challenge, political assassination, and strategic betrayal. His consolidation of power was accomplished through methods that shocked even other orcs with their calculated ruthlessness. Yet Obuld's violence served a purpose beyond mere personal aggrandizement. Each elimination of a rival chief strengthened his own position, while demonstrating to potential followers that opposition to his authority would be met with swift and terrible retribution. The message was clear: serve King Obuld, Many Arrows, with absolute loyalty, or be destroyed by him without mercy or hesitation. This reign of terror within orc society created a unity that had never previously existed among the traditionally fractious tribes. Faced with the choice between submission and annihilation, clan after clan pledged allegiance to the emerging orc king. Those who submitted found themselves richly rewarded with positions of authority within Obuld's growing hierarchy, while those who resisted simply vanished from existence. The transformation of orc society under Obuld's rule extended far beyond simple political consolidation. The king recognized that sustained military campaign would require innovations in organization, logistics, and tactical doctrine that exceeded anything the orcs had previously attempted. Traditional orc warfare, characterized by sudden raids followed by equally sudden withdrawals, would be inadequate for the kind of prolonged conflict necessary to conquer and hold civilized territory. Working with advisors whose identities remained shrouded in mystery, Obuld began to implement changes that revolutionized orc military capability. Tribal warriors were organized into disciplined units with standardized equipment and training. Supply systems were established to support extended campaigns far from traditional strongholds. Most importantly, siege techniques were developed that would allow orc forces to reduce the fortified cities that had previously provided impregnable refuge for their enemies. These innovations required resources and expertise that the orcs could not provide from their own ranks. The transformation of scattered tribal warriors into a professional army demanded assistance from sources that remained hidden throughout the conflict, but whose influence could be detected in the sophistication of Obuld's strategic planning. Rumors spoke of dark advisors from the Underdark, of ancient enemies of the surface races providing weapons and guidance, of powers whose hatred for civilization exceeded even that of the orcs themselves. While Obold consolidated his authority and transformed his forces, the cities of the Silver Marches remained largely oblivious to the gathering storm. The region's prosperity had bred a form of complacency that made serious preparation for large-scale conflict seem unnecessarily alarmist. Local military forces, designed to counter traditional orc raiding patterns, were completely inadequate for the scale of threat that was developing in the hidden strongholds of the north. Silvery Moon, greatest of the northern cities, had become so identified with learning and culture that its residents found it difficult to believe that any force could seriously threaten their civilized way of life. The city's libraries and academies attracted scholars from across Faerun, creating an atmosphere of intellectual sophistication that seemed to place it beyond the reach of mere barbarian violence. Lady Alastriel Silverhand, ruler of Silvery Moon, embodied this cultural confidence in her very person. One of the legendary Seven Sisters, she possessed magical power and wisdom that had made her city a beacon of hope throughout the northern realms. Yet even her considerable abilities were focused primarily on the arts of peace rather than war, reflecting a worldview that assumed the triumph of civilization over savagery to be a settled question. The dwarven kingdom of Mithril Hall, under the leadership of Bruenor Battlehammer, maintained a more realistic understanding of the threats posed by orc expansion. Dwarven culture, forged through centuries of underground warfare against various dark creatures, retained institutional memory of conflicts that human cities preferred to forget. Yet even the dwarves underestimated the scope of Obold's ambitions and the effectiveness of his innovations. The first phase of Obold's campaign was executed with a precision that caught his enemies completely unprepared. Rather than launching frontal assaults against the strongest defensive positions, the Orc King employed a strategy of systematic isolation that cut supply lines and communication routes between the various allied strongholds. His forces emerged from concealment simultaneously across a front hundreds of miles wide, making coordinated response impossible. The speed and coordination of the Orc advance demonstrated that this was no mere tribal uprising, but a carefully planned military operation conducted according to strategic principles that rivaled anything produced by civilized armies. Settlements that had never faced serious external threat found themselves surrounded by professional orc forces equipped with siege engines and supported by disciplined reserves. The psychological impact of this sudden transformation from peace to total war proved almost as devastating as the military effects. Communities that had measured time by harvest seasons and festival cycles were forced to adapt overnight to the brutal rhythms of siege warfare. Citizens who had never contemplated violence beyond the theoretical found themselves facing enemies whose approach to warfare made no distinction between combatant and civilian. As news of the Orc advance spread throughout the region, the initial response was characterized more by disbelief than by organized resistance. The scale of the threat seemed too vast to be real, the coordination of the attacks too sophisticated to be attributed to mere orcs. Many communities wasted precious time attempting to verify reports that seemed to contradict everything they believed about the nature of their enemies. This delay in recognition allowed Obold's forces to achieve objectives that would have been impossible against alert and prepared defenders. Key transportation hubs fell before their strategic importance was fully understood. Supply depots were captured intact, providing the Orc army with resources that extended their operational capabilities far beyond what their own logistics could have supported. The first major engagement of the war occurred when Orc forces attempted to storm the walls of Sundabar, a heavily fortified city whose defenses had been designed specifically to counter barbarian assault. The battle that followed revealed both the strengths and limitations of Obold's military innovations. His forces demonstrated unprecedented discipline and tactical sophistication, but they remained vulnerable to the advantages that defensive preparation could provide to determined defenders. The siege of Sundabar became a test of wills that extended far beyond its immediate military significance. For the Orcs, success would validate their king's claim that no civilized stronghold could resist their might. For the defenders, survival represented not merely personal safety, but the preservation of everything their culture represented against forces that sought its complete obliteration. The conduct of the siege on both sides reflected the total nature of the conflict that was developing. Obold's forces employed tactics that deliberately targeted civilian morale, as well as military capability, understanding that the psychological warfare was as important as physical assault. The defenders responded with desperate courage that transformed ordinary citizens into heroes whose legends would inspire future generations. As the siege continued, its effects rippled throughout the region in ways that neither side had fully anticipated. The isolation of Sundabar forced other communities to confront the reality that they could not rely upon external assistance for their survival. This recognition triggered a process of military mobilization that transformed the entire character of northern society, almost overnight. The dwarves of Mithril Hall, under Bruenor's leadership, emerged as the most effective source of organized resistance to the orc advance. Their underground stronghold provided a base of operations that the orcs could not easily assault, while their warrior traditions supplied the military expertise necessary to coordinate resistance efforts across multiple fronts. Yet even dwarven steadfastness proved insufficient to counter the sheer scale of Obold's offensive. The Orc King had assembled forces that exceeded anything the region had previously confronted, supported by logistics and intelligence capabilities that suggested assistance from sources beyond traditional orc society. The defenders found themselves fighting not merely against superior numbers, but against an enemy that seemed to anticipate their every strategic decision. The turning point of the war came when the scattered resistance efforts finally achieved the coordination necessary for effective counteraction. The alliance that emerged from this desperate necessity brought together forces that had never previously cooperated on such a scale: human armies from Silvery Moon and other cities, dwarven warriors from multiple clan holds, elven forces from the surviving forest communities, and even some of the traditionally neutral peoples who recognized that their own survival depended upon the preservation of civilized society. This alliance represented more than mere military cooperation. It embodied a vision of regional unity that transcended the traditional boundaries between different races and communities. The shared threat posed by Obold's invasion had created common cause among peoples who had often viewed each other with suspicion or indifference. Lady Alistriel's role in forging this alliance demonstrated that her reputation for wisdom was well-founded. Despite her preference for peaceful solutions, she recognized that some conflicts could only be resolved through decisive military action. Her diplomatic skills proved as valuable as her magical power in creating the consensus necessary for coordinated resistance. The combined forces of the alliance possessed advantages that no individual community could have provided. Human versatility, dwarven steadfastness, and elven precision created tactical possibilities that exceeded the sum of their individual contributions. Most importantly, the alliance could draw upon magical resources that gave them capabilities the orcs could not match, despite their numerical superiority. The climactic battles of the war were fought across a landscape transformed by months of continuous conflict. Ancient forests had been cleared to prevent ambush, while fortress cities bore the scars of repeated assault. The very geography of the region had been reshaped by the violence that had swept across it like a natural disaster. Yet the ultimate resolution of the conflict came not through military conquest, but through political transformation that neither side had anticipated. Obold, faced with the prospect of indefinite warfare against enemies who had proven their ability to inflict unacceptable casualties, began to reconsider the goals that had driven his initial campaign. The Orc King's strategic intelligence, which had made his invasion possible, now led him to recognize that complete conquest would come at a price that exceeded any possible benefit. The alliance arrayed against him had demonstrated both the will and ability to continue resistance indefinitely, while his own forces had suffered losses that threatened the long-term viability of his kingdom. More importantly, Obold began to understand that mere destruction of his enemies would not achieve his ultimate goal of establishing lasting orc dominance in the region. The civilized communities he sought to conquer possessed knowledge, skills, and resources that could benefit his people more through controlled interaction than through complete annihilation. This recognition led to negotiations that would have seemed impossible during the height of the conflict. The peace that emerged from these discussions established new boundaries that acknowledged orc territorial claims while preserving the core regions of civilized settlement. More significantly, it created frameworks for ongoing interaction that offered alternatives to constant warfare. The War of the Silver Marches ended not with the total victory of either side, but with the transformation of the entire regional balance of power. The Orc kingdom that Abuld established became a permanent feature of northern politics, requiring all other powers to adapt their strategies to accommodate this new reality. For the civilized communities, the war's aftermath brought both relief and sobering recognition of their continued vulnerability. The alliance that had saved them from destruction evolved into permanent institutions designed to coordinate responses to future threats. The lessons learned during the conflict influenced military doctrine, diplomatic practice, and social organization throughout the region. Perhaps most significantly, the war demonstrated that the relationship between civilization and savagery was more complex than either side had previously understood. The orcs had proven capable of sophisticated organization and strategic thinking, while the civilized races had rediscovered warrior traditions they had thought obsolete. The peace that followed the War of the Silver Marches was not the peace of victory, but the peace of mutual recognition, acknowledgement by all parties that their survival depended upon finding ways to coexist despite fundamental differences in culture and values. This pragmatic accommodation created a new form of stability that was more realistic and therefore more durable than the complacent assumption of civilized superiority that had characterized the pre-war period. The legacy of the war extended far beyond its immediate territorial and political consequences. The alliance forged in desperate necessity became a model for cooperation that influenced relationships throughout Faerun. The recognition that different peoples could maintain their distinct identities while working together for common purposes provided hope for solutions to conflicts that had previously seemed intractable. As the northern realms began the long process of recovery and reconstruction, they carried with them hard-won wisdom about the true nature of security, in a world where the forces of darkness never entirely disappeared, but could sometimes be contained through vigilance, courage, and the willingness to sacrifice individual interests for collective survival. The War of the Silver Marches had ended, but its lessons would endure for generations of leaders who understood that the price of civilization was eternal vigilance against those who would destroy it. Chapter 10. The Sundering. Reality is not the fixed foundation that mortal minds imagine it to be, but rather a tapestry woven from countless threads of possibility, each representing a different path that existence might have taken under alternative circumstances. When the fundamental forces that maintain this cosmic weaving are subjected to sufficient stress, the very fabric of what is can tear apart, revealing glimpses of what was and what might have been in a cascade of temporal and dimensional chaos that challenges every assumption about the nature of existence itself. In the cataclysmic event known as the Sundering, the accumulated weight of divine intervention, magical catastrophe, and mortal ambition finally exceeded reality's capacity to maintain coherent structure, triggering a transformation so profound that it literally rewrote the basic rules governing how the multiverse operated. The origins of the Sundering lay buried in the accumulated consequences of every major crisis that had afflicted Faerun throughout its long and troubled history. Each catastrophic event, from the fall of Netheril to the Time of Troubles, from the Crown Wars to the Spell Plague, had created stress fractures in the fundamental structure of reality that normally remained invisible, but never truly healed. These hidden wounds in the cosmic order had been steadily accumulating pressure for millennia, like fault lines deep beneath the earth that gather tension until the moment when geological forces exceed the bedrock's capacity to contain them. The immediate trigger for this unprecedented transformation came from an unexpected convergence of divine will and mortal action that created resonance patterns throughout the fabric of existence itself. Mystra, the goddess of magic, who had been reborn multiple times through various cosmic crises, finally achieved a level of understanding about the relationship between magical force and dimensional stability that revealed the true scope of the damage that centuries of magical experimentation had inflicted upon reality. The weave itself, that fundamental matrix through which all magical energy flowed, had become compromised by repeated traumatic disruptions that had never been properly repaired. Each time the goddess of magic had died and been reborn, each time the nature of magic itself had been fundamentally altered, the basic structure of magical reality had been forced to adapt in ways that created increasing instability. The accumulated effect was similar to repeatedly breaking and mending a piece of fabric. Eventually, the constant stress would cause the entire cloth to disintegrate, regardless of the skill applied to individual repairs. Maestra's investigation into these structural problems revealed that the multiverse had become divided into parallel timelines that were slowly drifting apart, like continental plates subjected to irresistible geological forces. The primary timeline that contained the Faerun familiar to most inhabitants existed alongside alternative versions where different choices had been made and different consequences had unfolded. These parallel realities were normally separated by dimensional barriers that prevented them from interfering with each other, but the accumulated damage to reality's foundation had weakened these barriers to the point where complete collapse had become inevitable. The goddess faced a choice that would have tested the wisdom of Ao himself: allow the current unstable system to continue until catastrophic failure destroyed all versions of reality simultaneously, or actively trigger a controlled separation that would preserve multiple timelines by ensuring they could no longer interfere with each other's development. The decision required her to weigh the certain trauma of deliberate sundering against the absolute annihilation that would result from continued instability. Maestra's choice to initiate the sundering represented an act of cosmic surgery performed on reality itself. Working in concert with other divine powers who understood the necessity of her actions, she began the delicate process of separating the various timelines that had become dangerously entangled. This divine intervention was not mere magical manipulation but fundamental restructuring of the basic principles governing dimensional relationship throughout the multiverse. The process began with tremors that mortal inhabitants initially dismissed as unusual, but not unprecedented magical phenomena. Spells flickered unpredictably, magical items exhibited temporary malfunctions, and sensitive individuals reported disturbing dreams filled with images of places that seemed familiar yet subtly wrong. These early warnings went largely unheeded because they fell within the range of magical irregularities that had become commonplace following previous crises. As the sundering gained momentum, however, the effects became impossible to ignore or explain through conventional understanding. Entire cities began to flicker in and out of existence, as the dimensional barriers between parallel timelines became increasingly permeable. Citizens would go to sleep in one version of their community, and wake up in another where subtle but significant differences revealed that they had somehow crossed between alternative realities. The most disturbing aspect of these early manifestations was the way they challenged fundamental assumptions about personal identity and historical continuity. Individuals found themselves encountering alternate versions of friends and family members who possessed different personalities and memories despite being physically identical. Historical events that everyone remembered clearly had apparently unfolded differently in the alternative timelines, creating conflicts between personal memory and documented evidence that drove many observers to question their own sanity. As the separation process accelerated, entire regions began to experience what scholars would later term temporal displacement events, sudden transitions between different versions of reality that could transport travelers across decades or even centuries in the space between one footstep and the next. A person might enter a familiar forest in the morning and emerge in the same location to find that a century had passed, and the woodland had been replaced by a thriving city whose history they had never heard of. These displacement events were not random, but followed patterns that reflected the underlying structure of the dimensional separation taking place. Areas that had been particularly affected by magical catastrophes were more likely to experience temporal instability, while regions with strong connections to divine power tended to serve as anchor points that remained relatively stable throughout the transformation process. The return of Ha-Loa exemplified the most dramatic positive effects of the Sundering. This legendary nation of wizards had been consumed by the magical catastrophe known as the Spell Plague over a century earlier, its destruction so complete that most scholars had concluded it could never be restored. Yet, as dimensional barriers shifted and alternative timelines became accessible, a version of Ha-Loa that had survived the Spell Plague by taking refuge in an alternate dimension suddenly found itself able to return to the primary timeline. The restoration of Ha-Rua brought with it not merely the return of a lost civilization, but the reintegration of magical knowledge and techniques that had been presumed lost forever. The Ha-Ruan survivors carried with them innovations in spellcraft that had been developed during their dimensional exile, creating opportunities for magical advancement that exceeded anything possible through conventional research. Yet this miraculous restoration also demonstrated the complex challenges created by the Sundering. The Ha-Rua that returned was not identical to the nation that had been lost, but rather a version that had evolved along different lines during its exile. Its citizens possessed memories of historical events that had unfolded differently from the experiences of those who had remained in the primary timeline, creating inevitable conflicts between competing versions of recent history. Similar phenomena occurred throughout Faerun as the Sundering progressed. The ancient elven kingdom of Myth Draenor, which had fallen to demonic invasion centuries earlier, suddenly found itself restored to a shadow of its former glory, as an alternative timeline version merged with primary reality. The restored city retained much of its legendary beauty and magical sophistication, but its population consisted of elves whose cultural development had been shaped by experiences that differed significantly from those of their cousins who had lived through the intervening centuries in the primary timeline. The dwarven kingdom of Gauntgrim, which had been lost and reclaimed multiple times throughout its history, experienced a particularly complex restoration, as multiple alternative versions of the realm attempted to occupy the same dimensional space simultaneously. The result was a layered reality, where different sections of the ancient city existed in different temporal states, creating a labyrinthine environment where travelers might encounter dwarves from various periods of the kingdom's history, depending upon which passages they chose to explore. These restoration events, while generally welcomed by those who benefited from them, created unprecedented challenges for the political and social institutions that had developed during the absence of these lost realms. Kingdoms that had expanded into territories left vacant by ancient catastrophes suddenly found themselves confronting the return of original inhabitants whose claims to sovereignty predated any subsequent settlement. The human nations that had established themselves following Netheril's fall found their carefully negotiated borders disrupted by the return of settlements that had been destroyed during the Empire's collapse, but had survived in alternative timelines. These restored communities possessed their own governmental traditions and cultural practices that had evolved independently during their dimensional exile, making integration with existing political structures extraordinarily difficult. The process of dimensional separation also revealed the extent to which divine intervention had shaped mortal history in ways that most inhabitants had never suspected. As alternative timelines became visible, it became clear that different versions of reality had experienced varying levels of divine involvement, leading to dramatically different outcomes for the same historical events. In some timelines, the time of troubles had unfolded with different gods achieving victory or defeat, creating alternative pantheons whose influence had shaped the development of mortal civilization along entirely different paths. These revelations forced theologians to confront the possibility that divine will was not as absolute or unchanging as they had previously believed, but rather represented one set of choices among many possible alternatives. The magical implications of the Sundering extended far beyond the simple restoration of lost spells and techniques. The separation of timelines created new categories of magical phenomenon that operated according to principles unknown to previous generations of spellcasters. Temporal magic. previously considered one of the most dangerous and unpredictable forms of arcane manipulation, became more accessible as the barriers between different time periods weakened. Spellcasters discovered that they could now access magical energies from alternative versions of themselves, creating unprecedented opportunities for power enhancement that carried corresponding risks of dimensional instability. The practice of timeline magic emerged as practitioners learned to draw upon the accumulated knowledge and experience of their parallel selves, though such techniques required extraordinary caution to avoid creating paradoxes that could damage reality itself. The reorganization of divine authority that accompanied the Sundering reflected the changed relationship between gods and mortals that had been developing since the time of troubles. The separation of timelines allowed different versions of the same deities to pursue divergent approaches to managing their portfolios, creating a form of divine experimentation that would have been impossible under the previous unified system. This divine diversification had profound implications for mortal worship and theological understanding. Followers of particular deities found themselves confronted with alternative versions of their gods, whose personalities and doctrines differed significantly from the versions they had previously known. The resulting theological debates would influence the development of religious thought for generations to come. As the active phase of the Sundering drew toward its conclusion, the new reality that emerged bore only superficial resemblance to the world that had existed before the transformation began. The primary timeline now existed as one among many parallel realities, each developing according to its own internal logic, while remaining separated from its alternatives by dimensional barriers that were stronger and more stable than anything that had existed previously. The inhabitants of each timeline retained access to their own complete versions of history and geography, but the knowledge that alternative versions existed created a permanent sense of wonder and possibility that influenced every aspect of cultural development. The certainty that had characterized previous ages gave way to a more nuanced understanding of reality that acknowledged the contingent nature of all existence. The practical challenges of adapting to post-Sundering reality required innovations in every field of mortal endeavor. Cartographers struggled to map regions that might exist in multiple versions simultaneously. Historians worked to reconcile conflicting accounts of the same events as remembered by inhabitants of different timelines. Diplomats developed new protocols for negotiating with entities whose very existence challenged conventional understanding of political authority. Perhaps most significantly, the Sundering had demonstrated that reality itself was far more malleable than anyone had previously imagined. The successful separation of timelines proved that fundamental cosmic structures could be deliberately modified through sufficient application of divine will and magical power, establishing precedents that would influence approaches to future crises. The new multiverse that emerged from the Sundering was more complex but also more stable than its predecessor. The separation of alternative timelines had relieved the dimensional stress that had been building for millennia, creating a foundation for continued existence that could accommodate future changes without risking total collapse. Yet, this stability came at the cost of simplicity and certainty. The inhabitants of each timeline would forever after live with the knowledge that their reality was one among many, that the choices they made mattered not merely for their own futures, but for the very structure of existence itself. This awareness would prove both liberating and terrifying, opening new possibilities for achievement, while imposing unprecedented responsibilities upon those who possessed the power to influence cosmic events. As the immediate effects of the Sundering stabilized and the new reality settled into its permanent configuration, the various inhabitants of the separated timelines began the long process of adapting to their transformed circumstances. The world that emerged was neither better nor worse than what had existed before, but it was undeniably different in ways that would influence every aspect of future development. The Sundering had ended the age of singular reality and inaugurated an era of infinite possibility, proving that even the most fundamental aspects of existence were subject to change when circumstances demanded such transformation. In learning to live with multiplicity rather than unity, the inhabitants of post-Sundering reality had gained new appreciation for both the fragility and the resilience of the cosmos they called home. Chapter 12. Eternal Legends. Stories endure when history fades, carrying within them truths too profound for mere factual recounting to contain. The greatest tales transcend their origins to become something larger than the events they describe, evolving through countless retellings, until they capture not just what happened, but what it all means in the grand tapestry of existence. In the forgotten realms, where gods walk among mortals and magic reshapes reality according to will and dream, the boundary between legend and history dissolves entirely, creating a world where every action carries the potential to echo through eternity, and every choice reverberates across the cosmic order itself. The chronicles we have explored throughout this journey, from the dawn of creation to the Sundering's aftermath, represent not merely a sequence of historical events, but a continuous story of transformation and renewal that defines the very essence of existence in Faerun. Each age has built upon the foundations laid by its predecessors, while adding its own unique contributions to the ever-expanding legend of mortal struggle against the forces of chaos and destruction. The creator races, with their alien wisdom and reality-shaping powers, established the fundamental truth that intelligence itself is a transformative force capable of reshaping the cosmos according to conscious will. Their rise and fall demonstrated both the glorious potential and the terrible dangers inherent in the pursuit of absolute mastery over existence. The ruins they left behind continue to serve as repositories of knowledge and power, waiting to inspire or destroy those bold enough to seek their secrets. The Crown Wars revealed that even immortal beings remain subject to the same destructive passions that plague shorter-lived races, proving that longevity alone cannot grant the wisdom necessary to avoid the trap of hubris. The elven civilization that emerged from 5 millennia of fratricidal conflict bore the permanent scars of its own achievement, forever changed by the recognition that perfection and permanence are incompatible goals when pursued by beings capable of choice and change. Netheril's flowering and catastrophic fall taught the harshest lesson of all, that the desire to transcend mortal limitations inevitably leads to the embrace of forces beyond mortal comprehension, and that the price of stolen divinity is the destruction of everything that made the theft seem worthwhile. Karsus's folly stands as the ultimate cautionary tale about the relationship between power and responsibility, demonstrating that some victories come at costs too terrible to be borne by any rational being. The Time of Dragons showed how absolute power corrupts not through malice, but through the simple fact that beings capable of reshaping reality according to their will inevitably lose touch with the perspectives and needs of those subject to their authority. The Great Worm's retreat from direct involvement in mortal affairs reflected not weakness but wisdom, the recognition that true strength sometimes requires restraint rather than dominance. The founding of nations in Netheril's wake proved that mortal courage and practical wisdom could achieve lasting results that exceeded the spectacular, but ultimately hollow accomplishments of magical empire building. The kingdoms established through patient cooperation and mutual respect demonstrated that sustainable power grows from the consent of the governed, rather than from the mastery of cosmic forces. The time of troubles shattered forever the illusion that divine authority operates independently of mortal faith and devotion, revealing instead that gods and mortals exist in symbiotic relationship where each depends upon the other for meaning and purpose. The crisis forced both earthly and heavenly beings to confront the reality that cosmic order requires constant maintenance and periodic renewal to remain viable. The War of the Silver Marches demonstrated that the eternal struggle between civilization and barbarism cannot be resolved through simple military victory, but requires ongoing commitment to the values that make civilized life worth defending. The pragmatic peace that ended the conflict acknowledged that different peoples can coexist despite fundamental differences in culture and worldview, provided they possess the wisdom to recognize their mutual dependence. The Sundering proved that reality itself is subject to transformation when circumstances demand such change, revealing that even the most fundamental aspects of existence remain malleable in the hands of beings with sufficient will and understanding. The separation of timelines created new possibilities for development, while imposing unprecedented responsibilities upon those who possess the power to influence cosmic events. Throughout all these transformations, certain themes have remained constant, weaving through the tapestry of Faerun's history, like golden threads that give meaning and coherence to the pattern of events. The relationship between power and responsibility emerges as perhaps the most crucial lesson taught by the rise and fall of civilizations across the ages. Every entity that has achieved greatness, whether individual heroes, mighty kingdoms, or cosmic forces, has faced the fundamental choice between using their authority to serve something greater than themselves, or allowing it to become an end in itself. Those who chose service over self-aggrandizement created legacies that endured long after their physical forms had passed into memory. The heroes whose names echo through legend did so, not because they were the strongest or most clever, but because they understood that true greatness lies in sacrifice for principles that transcend personal interest. Their stories continue to inspire, because they demonstrate that mortal beings can indeed make choices that matter on a cosmic scale. Conversely, those who pursued power for its own sake inevitably discovered that such pursuit leads only to isolation and eventual destruction. The greatest villains in Faerun's history were not beings of pure evil but individuals whose legitimate desires became corrupted by the belief that they could achieve their goals without regard for the cost to others. Their failures serve as warnings about the seductive nature of absolute authority and the importance of maintaining connections to the communities that give individual existence meaning. The cyclical nature of rise and fall that characterizes Faerun's history reflects not cosmic determinism, but the eternal tension between creation and entropy that drives all existence. Each civilization that has flourished in these lands has faced the same fundamental challenge: how to maintain the delicate balance between order and chaos that allows life to flourish without becoming so rigid that growth becomes impossible. The most successful societies have been those that learned to embrace change while preserving essential continuities, that welcomed innovation while maintaining respect for accumulated wisdom, and that pursued excellence while remembering the importance of humility. These communities understood that true stability comes not from preventing change, but from developing the capacity to adapt to new circumstances without losing sight of core values. Magic itself has played a unique role in this ongoing drama, serving simultaneously as the greatest tool for positive transformation and the most dangerous temptation toward cosmic overreach. The weave connects all living beings to forces that can either elevate or destroy, depending upon the wisdom and restraint with which they are employed. The history of magical development in Faerun demonstrates that arcane power amplifies both the virtues and the flaws of those who wield it, making the cultivation of character as important as the mastery of technique. The gods, despite their divine authority, have proven subject to the same fundamental laws that govern mortal existence. Power derives ultimately from their ability to embody and serve principles that transcend their individual personalities, and their effectiveness depends upon their willingness to work within the cosmic order, rather than attempting to impose their will upon it absolutely. The most enduring deities have been those who understand that divinity is a responsibility, rather than a privilege. The relationship between different races and cultures throughout Faerun's history illustrates the creative potential that emerges when diverse perspectives are allowed to interact and influence each other. The greatest achievements have typically resulted from cooperation between groups that brought different strengths and insights to common challenges. The greatest disasters have usually followed from attempts to impose uniformity upon naturally diverse populations. This diversity extends beyond mere cultural variation to encompass fundamental differences in worldview and values that cannot be reconciled through simple compromise. The lesson taught by thousands of years of history is not that all perspectives are equally valid, but that the tension between competing viewpoints often generates creative solutions that no single approach could achieve alone. The heroes whose legends continue to grow with each retelling share certain characteristics that transcend the specific circumstances of their individual stories. They possessed the courage to act when action was necessary, even when the odds against success seemed overwhelming. They maintained hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, refusing to accept that failure was inevitable regardless of appearances. Most importantly, they understood that their individual struggles were part of larger patterns that connected their choices to the welfare of entire communities and cultures. These legendary figures demonstrate that heroism is not a matter of supernatural ability, but of character traits that can be cultivated by anyone willing to make the necessary commitments. The magic that some heroes wielded was merely a tool that amplified their essential nature. It could not create virtues that were not already present, nor could it compensate for fundamental flaws in judgment or character. The villains whose dark legacies serve as warnings for future generations similarly shared characteristics that made their downfall inevitable, regardless of their temporary successes. They allowed their legitimate grievances to justify increasingly extreme responses that eventually alienated potential allies and united enemies against them. They became so focused on their immediate goals that they lost sight of the broader consequences of their actions. Most fatally, they convinced themselves that the rules governing other beings did not apply to them because of their superior power or understanding. The great institutions that have provided stability throughout Faerun's turbulent history, from the Harpers to the various churches to the academic traditions maintained by institutions like Candlekeep, have survived because they understood that their primary purpose was to serve something greater than the immediate interests of their members. These organizations have adapted to changing circumstances while maintaining core commitments that gave them meaning and direction across the centuries. The failure of institutions throughout history has typically resulted from the gradual substitution of self-perpetuation for service to stated ideals. When organizations begin to exist primarily to maintain their own power and status, rather than to advance the principles that justified their creation, they lose the moral authority that made their influence legitimate and effective. The ongoing story of the Forgotten Realms continues to unfold as new heroes emerge to face challenges that build upon but differ from those confronted by their predecessors. Each generation must discover for itself the truths that previous ages have learned through struggle and sacrifice, because wisdom cannot be inherited, but must be earned through personal experience of moral choice and its consequences. The current state of the realms reflects the accumulated impact of all previous choices, while remaining open to transformation through the decisions being made by contemporary actors. The political boundaries, cultural traditions, and religious institutions that define present reality are neither permanent nor arbitrary, but represent the current resolution of ongoing tensions that will continue to generate change and possibility. The magic that flows through the weave continues to offer both tremendous opportunities for positive transformation and equally significant temptations toward cosmic overreach. Each new generation of spellcasters must learn to balance the intoxicating sense of power that magic provides with the humility necessary to use such power wisely. The examples of both triumph and disaster provided by history offer guidance, but they cannot substitute for the personal moral development that must accompany any significant magical ability. The gods remain active participants in the ongoing drama, but their involvement has become more collaborative and less controlling as they have learned from the disasters that resulted from previous attempts to impose divine will upon mortal affairs without regard for mortal agency. The current pantheon reflects a more mature understanding of the relationship between divine authority and mortal freedom than existed in earlier ages. The various races and cultures that populate Faerun continue to interact in ways that generate both creative synthesis and productive tension. The lessons learned from previous conflicts have led to more sophisticated approaches to managing diversity, but they have not eliminated the fundamental differences that make such management necessary. So we conclude this chronicle of the Forgotten Realms history. We are reminded that every ending is also a beginning. Every resolution of ancient conflicts creates the conditions for new challenges, and every achievement in the endless struggle to build something worthy of the name civilization requires constant renewal and rededication. The realms will continue to evolve as long as intelligent beings make choices that matter, and those choices will continue to echo through eternity as part of the growing legend that defines existence in this most storied of all fantasy worlds. The greatest truth revealed by this vast tapestry of legend and history is that individual actions do indeed matter on a cosmic scale. That the choices made by ordinary beings in extraordinary circumstances can reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself, and that the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, order and chaos, hope and despair, is decided not by inevitable fate, but by the accumulated weight of countless decisions made by beings who chose to care about something greater than their own immediate gratification. In the end, the forgotten realms endure because they embody the eternal human conviction that life has meaning, that struggle has purpose, and that stories told with sufficient passion and insight can capture truths too important to be lost to the mere passage of time. The realms live on in legend because they prove that legend itself is one of the most powerful forces in existence, the ability of conscious beings to find significance in their experiences and to share that significance with others who face similar challenges across the vast expanse of space and time. The chronicle continues, and will continue, as long as there are those who understand that the greatest adventures are not those that end in personal glory, but those that contribute to the ongoing story of how intelligence and courage can collaborate to create something more beautiful and enduring than anything that has existed before. Chapter 11. The Second Sundering's Aftermath. Change is the only constant in a universe where gods reshape reality according to divine will and mortals adapt to circumstances that would have seemed impossible to previous generations. When fundamental transformations alter the basic structure of existence itself, the immediate crisis of survival gives way to the longer challenge of learning to live within new realities that operate according to unfamiliar principles. In the wake of the Sundering, as parallel timelines stabilized into their separate destinies and lost realms found their place within a transformed multiverse, the inhabitants of Faerun faced the complex task of rebuilding civilization within a world that had been remade according to cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension. The political landscape that emerged from the Sundering bore only superficial resemblance to the carefully negotiated arrangements that had characterized the previous age. Borders that had been established through centuries of diplomacy and warfare suddenly became meaningless when territories that had existed in one timeline found themselves adjacent to regions that had developed along entirely different historical paths. The return of lost kingdoms and the restoration of ancient cities created jurisdictional conflicts that exceeded the capacity of existing legal frameworks to resolve. Cormer, that stalwart symbol of human resilience and practical governance, found itself confronting challenges that tested every institution the Obarsker dynasty had developed over the centuries. The return of Netherril's successor states in the north created immediate questions about territorial sovereignty that had seemed permanently settled following the ancient empire's fall. These restored settlements carried with them not merely alternative claims to disputed lands, but entirely different legal traditions and cultural practices that had evolved during their dimensional exile. King Azun Veth, inheritor of a throne that had been defined by its commitment to stability and continuity, discovered that traditional approaches to statecraft were inadequate for managing relationships with entities whose very existence challenged conventional understanding of political legitimacy. The diplomatic protocols that had served Cormer well in its dealings with established neighbors proved useless when applied to kingdoms that possessed parallel but divergent histories of the same events. The Purple Dragons, legendary for their discipline and effectiveness in conventional warfare, required fundamental reorganization to address threats that might emerge from dimensional rifts rather than traditional invasion routes. The military doctrine that had protected Cormer's borders for generations assumed that enemies would approach through predictable geographical corridors, but the post-Sundering reality included the possibility of hostile forces materializing directly within previously secure territories. These challenges forced innovations in military science that would have seemed like fantasy to previous generations of Cormyrian strategists. The establishment of dimensional monitoring stations, the development of cross-timeline communication protocols, and the training of specialized units capable of operating in areas where reality itself remained unstable, represented adaptations that transformed the fundamental nature of national defense. Sembia's merchant princes, whose commercial empire had been built upon the reliable flow of goods along established trade routes, found their carefully constructed economic networks disrupted by geographical changes that made previous transportation systems obsolete overnight. The return of lost cities created new opportunities for profitable exchange, but it also introduced competitors whose technological and magical capabilities had developed along different lines during their dimensional exile. The pragmatic flexibility that had always characterized Sembian culture proved invaluable in adapting to these new circumstances. Rather than attempting to preserve existing commercial arrangements that had become unworkable, the merchant houses embraced the chaos as an opportunity to establish entirely new forms of economic relationship that could take advantage of the unique resources and capabilities offered by the restored realms. The development of interdimensional trade required innovations in commercial law that addressed questions no previous generation of merchants had needed to consider. How could contracts be enforced between parties who might exist in different timelines? What currency standards could be applied to transactions involving goods that had been produced according to alternative historical development? How could shipping schedules be maintained when the very routes between destinations might shift according to dimensional fluctuations beyond mortal control? Sembian solutions to these problems reflected the characteristic merchant approach of treating every obstacle as a business opportunity waiting to be exploited. The establishment of temporal insurance markets, the development of reality stabilization services, and the creation of multi-dimensional banking systems represented commercial innovations that would influence economic development throughout the transformed world. The Dalelands, with their tradition of decentralized governance and voluntary cooperation, found their political philosophy uniquely suited to the challenges posed by post-Sundering reality. The flexible confederation that had allowed different communities to maintain their distinct characters while coordinating responses to common threats proved adaptable to circumstances where the very nature of threats had been fundamentally altered. Each Dale discovered that its particular strengths and specializations had gained new relevance in a world where diversity of approach had become essential for survival. Shadowdale's scholarly traditions provided crucial resources for understanding the magical and dimensional phenomena that had become commonplace throughout the region. Mistledale's agricultural expertise offered solutions for feeding populations that might find themselves cut off from traditional supply sources by dimensional instability. The Confederation's greatest achievement lay in developing new forms of democratic participation that could accommodate the needs of communities whose historical experiences differed significantly, despite their geographical proximity. The return of settlements that had been lost to various catastrophes throughout history created situations where multiple groups possessed legitimate claims to the same territories based upon different but equally valid historical precedents. The solution that emerged from these complicated circumstances reflected the Dalelands' fundamental commitment to voluntary cooperation over imposed authority. Rather than attempting to resolve competing claims through legal arbitration or military force, the various communities developed sharing arrangements that allowed multiple groups to utilize the same resources according to negotiated schedules that respected everyone's essential needs. Waterdeep, whose cosmopolitan character had always made it a meeting place for diverse cultures and races, found its role as a center of inter-regional cooperation, enhanced by the post-Sundering environment. The city's experience in managing relationships between groups with fundamentally different worldviews provided valuable expertise for addressing the challenges created by contact between alternative timeline civilizations. The Lords of Waterdeep, whose masked identities had always symbolized their commitment to effective governance over personal recognition, adapted their administrative systems to accommodate the unprecedented complexity of post-Sundering urban management. The city's population swelled with refugees, traders, and explorers from restored realms, creating housing shortages and cultural tensions that required innovative solutions. The establishment of temporal districts within the city represented one of the most ambitious urban planning projects in recorded history. These specialized neighborhoods were designed to accommodate the needs of populations whose cultural development had proceeded along different lines, providing familiar environments that could ease the psychological stress of adapting to an unfamiliar timeline, while encouraging gradual integration with the broader urban community. The magical implications of the Sundering continued to unfold as spellcasters throughout the region learned to work with energies that operated according to principles unknown to previous generations. The weave itself had been fundamentally altered by the separation of timelines, creating new categories of magical phenomenon that required entirely different approaches to understanding and manipulation. The Blackstaff Tower in Waterdeep became a center for research into these transformed magical realities, attracting scholars from across the known world who sought to understand how arcane principles had been affected by cosmic restructuring. The collaborative research programs that emerged from this institution represented unprecedented cooperation between magical traditions that had previously viewed each other with suspicion or indifference. The discovery that spellcasters could now access magical energies from alternative versions of themselves opened possibilities that exceeded anything previously imagined, but it also created risks that required careful study and regulation. The practice of timeline magic demanded extraordinary precision to avoid creating paradoxes that could damage the stability of recently established dimensional barriers. Religious institutions throughout the region found their theological foundations challenged by revelations about the true nature of divine authority that had emerged during the Sundering. The knowledge that gods existed in multiple versions across different timelines forced fundamental reconsiderations of doctrines that had previously been considered absolute and unchanging. The churches adapted to these new realities through developing more sophisticated theological frameworks that could accommodate divine multiplicity without abandoning core spiritual principles. The recognition that their deities existed in alternative versions actually strengthened rather than weakened faith for many believers, as it demonstrated that divine principles transcended the limitations of any single timeline or historical development. The establishment of interdimensional missionary programs represented one of the most significant innovations in religious practice since the time of Troubles. These initiatives sought to share spiritual insights between alternative timeline civilizations, while respecting the different cultural contexts in which religious understanding had developed. The social implications of the Sundering extended into every aspect of daily life, as communities learned to adapt to neighbors whose fundamental assumptions about reality might differ significantly from their own. The integration of alternative timeline populations required new approaches to education, law enforcement, and social services that could accommodate different cultural expectations while maintaining community cohesion. The development of cultural exchange programs allowed different timeline civilizations to share knowledge and techniques that had developed along divergent paths, creating opportunities for innovation that exceeded anything possible through traditional research and development. The cross-pollination of ideas between groups that had experienced the same historical periods differently generated creative solutions to problems that had seemed intractable under previous circumstances. Perhaps most significantly, the aftermath of the Sundering saw the emergence of new forms of identity that transcended traditional categories of race, nationality, and cultural affiliation. Individuals who had experienced life in multiple timelines developed perspectives that combined elements from different historical developments, creating hybrid worldviews that were uniquely suited to navigating the complexity of post-Sundering reality. These multidimensional citizens, as they came to be known, served as natural bridges between communities that might otherwise have found communication difficult or impossible. Their ability to understand and translate between different cultural frameworks made them invaluable resources for diplomatic and commercial negotiations that involved alternative timeline entities. The economic opportunities created by the Sundering extended far beyond simple trade relationships to encompass entirely new categories of commercial activity. The development of dimensional tourism allowed individuals to visit alternative versions of familiar locations, creating service industries that had never previously existed. The establishment of cross-timeline communication networks enabled information exchange that revolutionized everything from academic research to military intelligence. The restoration of lost magical traditions and techniques created markets for knowledge and services that commanded unprecedented prices. Civilizations that had developed superior solutions to particular problems during their dimensional exile found themselves in positions to profit enormously from sharing their innovations with timeline civilizations that had struggled with the same challenges. Yet these economic opportunities also created new forms of inequality and exploitation that required careful regulation to prevent. The concentration of dimensional access capabilities in the hands of a few powerful individuals or organizations threatened to create monopolistic control over inter-timeline trade that could undermine the competitive markets that had driven innovation and prosperity. The environmental challenges posed by the Sundering required coordinated responses that transcended traditional political boundaries and jurisdictional limitations. The dimensional rifts that had enabled the return of lost realms continued to generate instabilities that could affect vast regions without regard for national borders or territorial claims. The establishment of multinational monitoring networks represented unprecedented cooperation between traditionally competitive powers who recognized that dimensional instability posed threats that no single entity could address effectively. These collaborative efforts required new forms of international law that could govern activities affecting the stability of reality itself. The development of environmental restoration techniques that could address damage caused by dimensional phenomena created new fields of magical and technological innovation. The healing of reality scars left by the Sundering process became a specialized discipline that combined theoretical understanding of dimensional mechanics with practical expertise in magical manipulation. As the immediate crisis of adaptation gave way to longer-term planning for continued development within post-Sundering reality, the various powers of Faerun began to establish institutions designed to manage the ongoing challenges and opportunities created by their transformed circumstances. The complexity of interdimensional relationships required governmental capabilities that exceeded anything previously imagined. The formation of the Temporal Stability Council represented the most ambitious attempt to create regulatory frameworks that could govern activities affecting multiple timelines simultaneously. This organization brought together representatives from major powers throughout the known world to establish protocols for managing dimensional interactions and preventing conflicts that could threaten the cosmic balance that had been achieved through the Sundering. The Council's authority remained limited by the practical difficulties of enforcing decisions across dimensional boundaries, but its existence provided a forum for addressing disputes and coordinating responses to threats that affected multiple timelines. The precedent established by this institution would influence the development of interdimensional governance for generations to come. The cultural flowering that accompanied the aftermath of the Sundering reflected the creative energies released by contact between civilizations that had developed along different paths. The synthesis of artistic traditions, philosophical insights, and technological innovations created new forms of creative expression that transcended anything achieved by individual timeline civilizations working in isolation. The establishment of cross-dimensional academies allowed scholars and artists to study with masters whose techniques had been developed according to alternative historical trajectories. The resulting fusion of different approaches to learning and creation generated innovations that advanced virtually every field of human knowledge and artistic expression. As the post-Sundering era stabilized into its permanent configuration, the inhabitants of Faerun found themselves living in a world that was both more complex and more full of possibility than anything their ancestors had experienced. The challenges created by dimensional multiplicity had been matched by opportunities that exceeded the wildest dreams of previous generations. The new reality required constant adaptation and learning, but it also offered unprecedented freedom to choose between different approaches to virtually every aspect of existence. The knowledge that alternative ways of life existed and flourished in parallel timelines provided inspiration for innovation and experimentation that might otherwise never have been attempted. The legacy of the Sundering would continue to unfold as future generations learned to take full advantage of the opportunities created by cosmic transformation, while maintaining the stability and cooperation necessary for continued prosperity. The world that emerged from this great transition had proven its resilience and adaptability, establishing foundations for continued growth and development that could accommodate whatever challenges the future might bring. In adapting to post-Sundering reality, the peoples of Faerun had demonstrated that even the most fundamental changes could be successfully navigated through wisdom, cooperation, and the willingness to embrace new possibilities while preserving essential values. Their success in building thriving civilizations within a transformed cosmos provided hope that conscious beings could indeed shape their destiny regardless of the circumstances they inherited from previous generations.